Chapter 1. This season was going to be different. The long-awaited day of the festival had finally arrived, and for Lady Sophie Kimberly, radiant in both beauty and spirit, it was to be an escape from the solitude of her family's grand estate. Now, with the arrival of guests and the buzz of festivities, she felt an excitement stir within her. She stood at the top of the grand staircase, her gaze sweeping down to the reception hall below. The air was heavy with the fragrance of flowers, their vibrant petals garnishing every surface and bursting with color and life. Twinkling lights adorned the grand chandeliers overhead, casting a soft, golden glow that seemed to dance across the stone floors. As well as visiting dignitaries, the whole neighborhood had been invited. As the gates had swung open, the estate had been filled with the energy of joyous anticipation. The usually imposing courtyard now felt like the heart of the gathering, alive with the sounds of merrymaking, laughter spilling from every corner as guests gathered in small clusters, mingling and sharing in the festive spirit. Sophie's father, the Earl of Kimberley, and her stepmother, Countess Florence, greeted attendees at the entrance. The women in their beautiful gowns, the men in their tailored suits, all moving with purpose through the reception hall. The sounds of the musicians in the ballroom stirred in the background, inviting more guests to join the growing celebration. Sophie watched the lively scene unfold as her gaze shifted, taking in the chaperones stationed along the edges, ever watchful of their charges, while groups of gentlemen gathered in conversation, their voices rising in laughter. Sophie descended gracefully, aware of admiring glances but uninterested. This season, she would not surrender her heart, as expected of a girl of her age. Her vintage gown, a pale pink satin embroidered with delicate golden flowers, was the work of a Paris couturier whose name had slipped from her memory. She was certain that it would be the envy of every young woman present. The gown was designed to flatter her figure, with a décolletage that hinted at allure while remaining tastefully understated. It cinched at the waist just enough to create a graceful silhouette without feeling constrictive, and the fabric cascaded elegantly over her hips, gliding around her legs with each step she took. Her younger sister, Josephine, arrived at her side, beaming with excitement. Dressed in a gown of soft lilac silk that shimmered in the golden light of the chandeliers, Josephine practically glowed with unrestrained excitement. Her dark curls, wild despite best efforts, bounced with each step. A wide grin lit her face as she slipped her arm through Sophie's, linking them together with an effortless intimacy that spoke of years of sisterly devotion. "You feel it, don't you?" Josephine whispered conspiratorially, leaning in close. "The air is electric tonight. I swear, Sophie, something marvelous is bound to happen." Her voice trembled with eager delight, like a melody on the verge of crescendo. Sophie's lips curved into a reserved smile, though her gaze swept warily over the bustling hall. "Yes," she admitted softly. "Tonight is certainly different." Josephine gave a light laugh, nudging her sister playfully. "Different? That's the best you can manage?" She sighed dramatically, shaking her head. "Honestly, sometimes I think you were born twice my age." "Someone has to keep their head while you're busy dreaming up adventures," Sophie countered gently, though there was warmth in her tone. "Do you ever think about what it would have been like? Living before the war, before the great departure?" Ignoring her sister's warning. "For you, probably a great expedition." Sophie cast a quick glance over her shoulder, lowering her voice. "Please, Josephine, tonight, just be careful. Not everyone here has good intentions." Josephine rolled her eyes, though her smile faltered just slightly. "You sound like father. Maybe because he's right." Sophie's grip on her sister's arm tightened fractionally. "People talk. They plot. And they'll gladly ruin anyone who stands in their way. Even you." For a fleeting moment, Josephine's radiant confidence wavered, but she shook it off with practiced ease. "Let them try," her grin returning, though there was an edge to it now. "I'd like to see anyone manage that." Sophie sighed, knowing her sister's resolve was a force not easily tempered. "Just promise me you'll be careful." "I promise to try," Josephine said teasingly, pressing a kiss to Sophie's cheek before releasing her arm. "But tonight's not for caution, dear sister. Tonight's for possibility." Sophie rubbed her arms, the warmth of the evening failing to ease the chill creeping over her. Watching her sister vanish into the swirling crowd, she couldn't shake a lingering unease. Yes, tonight anything could happen, and that was precisely what worried her most. As she stood watching the guests entering the ballroom, she caught snippets of conversations. An elderly couple strolled by, engrossed in a deep discussion. Imagine a world where we still had medicine when we needed it. My grandson says the shipments from the colonies aren't enough anymore, the man sighs, the lady's response unheard as they disappear into the crowd. Sophie had heard the rumors, a quiet murmur of discontent building beneath the polished smiles and practiced laughter. This was how it had always been. The ball, the month-long festivities, a carefully rehearsed tribute to survival. A tradition so old that no one dared question it. Except. Sophie's fingers tightened around the silk of her gown. Except for those who remembered. Who whispered about what life had been like before. The memory of her lessons flickered in her mind, fragments of her teacher's voice weaving through the recollection. They had described a world fractured by relentless conflict and environmental ruin. As Earth's battered landscape struggled to heal, a choice was offered. Those with the will to escape could leave for a distant planet, light years away, where the promise of advanced technology and a fresh start shimmered like a beacon in the void. For those who remained, they would embrace a simpler existence, reuse what was left behind, and live off the land. The one concession is a decennial shipment from the New World with life-sustaining medicines. A solemn pact with Earth's remaining doctors, whose singular duty was to keep alive the spark of medical progress, though nothing more. Over time, humanity receded into a new order reminiscent of an age both lost and reborn. The lords now govern vast expanses of territory and enforce laws that echo with the weight of ancient tradition. Do no evil, hurt no man, and be generous to all no matter their position in life. The earls, guardians of health, education, and community welfare, tend to the people with a blend of compassion and discipline. And the farmers, whose tireless work nurtures the land and raises the cattle. All three have earned a place of respect and equality among their peers. Chapter 2. The Grand Ballroom stood as a testament to both resilience and tradition, a breathtaking fusion of old-world elegance and the ingenuity required to survive in this reborn age. Towering floor-to-ceiling windows, framed by heavy velvet drapes, lined the vast hall, their intricate embroidery depicting a history that few now fully remembered. Above, a massive chandelier, forged from the salvaged remains of an ancient aircraft, commanded the ceiling. Its intricately twisted metal gleamed under the soft light of hundreds of carefully placed bulbs, their glow a gift from the sun's energy, stored during the day and released into the night. Music filled the air, played by a small ensemble whose instruments, some newly crafted, others carefully preserved relics, produced melodies both timeless and haunting. The dance floor, a stunning patchwork of salvaged wood, gleamed beneath the swirling feet of lords, ladies, and townsfolk. Each board told a story of its own, repurposed from forgotten places and painstakingly restored to life. Beyond the ballroom's gilded grandeur, a set of ornate double doors, their wood reinforced with salvaged metal and intricate engravings, stood wide open, leading into the next grand chamber, the banqueting hall. If the ballroom was a place of grace and movement, the banqueting hall was a display of abundance and power. The vast chamber stretched before the guests, its long, heavy wooden tables laden with an extravagant feast, roasted meats, stews rich with herbs grown in the estate's sprawling greenhouses, and delicate pastries made from grain still scarce enough to be a luxury. Exotic spices, carried in the rare decennial shipments from the distant colonies, perfumed the air, mingling with the scent of smoldering beeswax candles. Between the banqueting hall and the ballroom, guests moved at their leisure, some retreating to the dance floor, drawn by the music's spell, while others lingered over their wine, engaged in hushed negotiations or whispered intrigues that would shape the coming season's alliances. This was the heart of power, the place where fortunes were made, where futures were sealed with a glance or a careless word. The Earl, despite his efforts to enjoy the evening, remained distant. His face bore the faint traces of a melancholy that seemed to cling to him, no matter how vigorously he tried to push it away. Even as he exchanged pleasantries with his guests, there was a certain abstraction in his gaze, as if his mind wandered far from the festivities. The Countess Florence smoothed the fabric of her gown before stepping onto the dance floor, her movements as practiced as her smile. Yet, her beauty was not enough to silence the jealousy gnawing at her heart. Her eyes, though outwardly warm, often turned toward the young ladies in the room, especially Sophie and Josephine. There was something so effortlessly enchanting about them, an air of innocence to their grace, which irked her. As she spun, her gaze flickered toward the Earl's only son, the Honorable Philippe Kimberley. At 15, he was tall for his age, with the same strong jawline, piercing blue eyes, and wavy dark hair as his father. His finely tailored navy coat, accented with silver embroidery, highlighted the broadness of shoulders. Though still boyish in some ways, Philippe carried himself with a poise beyond his years, his quiet confidence already turning heads. He extended his hand to Lady Martha de Lanzio, a striking girl with golden curls cascading down her back. As they took to the floor, the watching guests smiled knowingly. It was a polite, innocent pair, nothing more, but Philippe's natural charm hinted at the formidable presence he was destined to become. Lady Martha danced gracefully, though her flushed cheeks and darting eyes revealed her awareness of the attention. Her parents had taken great care to ensure that no one would mistake her for being older than her 14 years. A silent reminder she was too young for suitors or whispered proposals, though not too young to be noticed. The Countess's gaze settled on Josephine Kimberley, who, at 16, was already blossoming into a striking young woman. Like her siblings, she had the family's signature dark hair, but in every other way, she was her mother's daughter. While Sophie embodied their father's aristocratic sharpness and Philippe his quiet strength, Josephine inherited the late Countess's softer beauty, wide, stormy blue eyes and a delicate bone structure that lent her an ethereal elegance. Her finely drawn features glowed in the ballroom's golden light. Florence, the current Countess Kimberley, regarded her stepdaughter with barely concealed disdain. Josephine was not just a living reminder of the Earl's first love but a young woman whose natural grace Florence could never quite match. To Florence, the Earl himself was a relic, an awkward, ungraceful, and insufferably traditional. She had long since resigned herself to tolerating him for the wealth and security he provided, but she did not extend even that grudging patience to his daughters. It was clear to anyone watching that Josephine belonged in this world. Despite her youth, she carried herself with the quiet assurance of someone who knew exactly who she was and where she was meant to be. Florence, for all her efforts, could not deny it. And that, more than anything, made her loathe the girl even more. As the song ended, she curtsied to the man before stepping back and melting into the crowd of her friends. Florence's sharp gaze swept across the ballroom, searching the swirling figures for Sophie. As the eldest daughter of the Earl, she ought to be dancing, her presence expected, where eligible men might take notice. Yet, inexplicably, she was nowhere to be seen. A flicker of irritation prickled at the Countess as she craned her neck, searching. Then, there, at the very edge of the dance floor, half hidden by the throng of guests, Sophie stood engaged in quiet conversation with a young man. Florence narrowed her eyes, squinting as she tried to place him. Something about his posture, relaxed yet unmistakably composed, hinted at a breeding she should recognize. And yet, she did not. Turning to the woman beside her, she murmured, "Who is that?" A delicate lift of her gloved hand in Sophie's direction was all that was needed for her companion to follow her gaze. The woman, with a penchant for gossip, leaned in, delighted to supply the answer. "Oh, that's Earl Antonio Angoulême. The remaining son of Earl Arterius Angoulême, who, as you may recall, died quite suddenly a few months ago." Florence's expression remained unreadable, but inwardly, she was intrigued. The Angoulême line was one of old nobility, though not particularly well known in their social circles. A family of quiet wealth, withdrawn and enigmatic, their reputation was solid but unremarkable. The lady continued in a hushed, eager tone, clearly relishing the rare bit of novelty in tonight's proceedings. Before his father's death, the son never bothered with these sorts of events. A recluse, you might say. Kept himself tucked away in the family's southern estates, somewhere beyond the marshes, I believe. They say his lands once belonged to the old Baltic nobility. She gave Florence a knowing glance, as if that alone explained the young man's apparent disinterest in society. Florence pursed her lips, considering. A reclusive nobleman, suddenly emerging from the shadows after his father's death. That was interesting. And troubling. What could a man like that possibly want with Sophie? She let her gaze drift back to them. Sophie's head was tilted slightly as she listened, her expression unreadable but not disinterested. And the young Earl stood perfectly at ease, his dark eyes fixed on her with a quiet intensity. Florence tightened her grip on her wineglass, her nails pressing into the delicate stem. She found this interaction unsettling. This was a development she would need to watch very carefully. Chapter 3. Sophie's eyes had been drawn to the quiet figure lingering at the edges of the ballroom. While others moved with confidence, greeting one another with familiar ease, he remained apart, watching, hesitant, like an observer rather than a participant. Now, up close, he was even more striking. Earl Antonio Angoulême was a young man of 20, broad-shouldered and tall, his well-tailored suit doing little to hide the powerful frame beneath. His dark hair was thick and slightly unruly, as though he had run his fingers through it one too many times out of habit. He was handsome, though not in the polished way of the men Sophie was accustomed to. There was something rugged about him, an untamed quality, his features defined by strong lines, high cheekbones, a sharp jaw, and piercing eyes of an indeterminate shade between grey and blue. Yet despite his formidable appearance, he carried himself with uncertainty. The stiffness in his stance, the way his fingers flexed at his sides as though unsure what to do with them, betrayed his unease. Sophie, always attuned to such things, sensed the reluctance in him, the air of someone unaccustomed to this kind of event. She had approached without hesitation, and took her place next to him. Her voice light, warm, and inviting. "You look as though you'd rather be anywhere but here, my lord." Antonio startled slightly, as if pulled from his thoughts for a moment. He simply regarded her, as though weighing his words. Then he inclined his head slightly.
"My apologies, I am not particularly skilled at social gatherings, Lady Sophie."
His voice was low and rich, with the faintest trace of an unfamiliar accent, something foreign and refined yet softened. Sophie smiled up at him. "I suspected as much," she said, then lowering her voice, "You were standing looking as though you might make a run for it at any moment." He exhaled a quiet chuckle.
"Was it that obvious?"
Painfully, she teased, tilting her head. "And yet, here you are, enduring it. Why is that?" There was a pause, and something flickered in his eyes before he answered.
"It is expected of me."
A simple answer, a truthful one. Sophie studied him. He was unlike the other men in the room, self-assured gentlemen who lived for such occasions, who relished the politics of courtship and social maneuvering. Antonio did not. It was clear in the tension in his shoulders, in the way his gaze drifted toward the nearest exit as though mentally mapping his escape. She softened her tone. "Then allow me to offer an alternative reason to stay." His brow lifted slightly in question, but before he could speak, she extended her hand toward him, her fingers hovering just so, an unspoken invitation. "You mustn't spend the entire night observing, my lord. Come, let me show you." Antonio hesitated, his gaze flickering between Sophie's outstretched hand and the swirling figures on the dance floor. He stood frozen, his fingers twitched slightly at his side, as if unsure whether to accept her invitation or retreat to the shadows where he felt safest. He exhaled, his expression carefully guarded.
"I am not much of a dancer."
Sophie tilted her head, a teasing glint in her eyes. "Then that is all the more reason to dance, my lord. No one improves by standing still." Another pause. For a moment, it seemed as though he might refuse. Then, slowly, as if testing the limits of his own resolve, he reached for her hand. His touch was warm and hesitant, as if he had not allowed himself such closeness in a long time. A small smile touched Sophie's lips. "See? That wasn't so difficult, was it?" Antonio let out a quiet breath, his grip tightening just slightly.
"I suppose we shall see."
Delighted to have persuaded him to dance, Sophie drew a quiet breath as his fingers closed around hers, warm, steady, and unexpectedly grounding. A flutter of nerves rose within her, strange and disarming. He stood before her now, gaze unreadable, his touch firm yet gentle, as though testing his own resolve. She swallowed, willing herself to stay composed. Antonio's voice was quieter now, almost thoughtful.
"You are very kind, Lady Sophie."
She smiled. "Not kind, my lord. Merely determined." He huffed a small laugh.
"Determined to what?"
"To ensure you enjoy at least one dance this evening." His lips quirked, something resembling amusement softening his guarded expression. And then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he brought her hand to his lips in a gesture so old-fashioned it sent a strange warmth curling through her.
"As you wish," he murmured.
As they stepped onto the dance floor, she could feel the weight of every gaze upon her. She had danced countless times before,
had moved across these floors with suitors who whispered empty compliments.
But this was different. Antonio stood before her, still holding her hand as though he had not yet decided to dance or leave.
His touch was steady, his grip warm yet respectful, and though his posture remained stiff with the hesitance of a man unaccustomed to such displays, there was something almost endearing in his restraint.
The music began.
The first few steps were tentative, on his part, at least. Sophie, ever graceful, moved with the ease of one born to it, her dress sweeping the floor as she led him subtly through the steps.
Antonio followed, his movements controlled and precise, but lacking the natural flow of a seasoned dancer. "You're doing quite well," Sophie said softly, a small smile curving her lips.
Antonio exhaled, a quiet huff of laughter.
"That is a generous assessment." She tilted her head. "Not at all. You move with purpose."
He met her gaze, his lips quirking ever so slightly.
"I have spent my life learning discipline. Dancing was not considered a necessity."
"Really?"
she asked, raising a brow. "And what was?"
"Survival."
The single word hung between them.
Sophie's fingers tightened slightly against his as they turned in perfect unison, the music shifting into something softer, something that invited intimacy.
"You make it sound as though your life has been terribly difficult," she murmured. Antonio hesitated, as though debating how much to say. "Not difficult," he admitted at last. "Simply different." Sophie studied him, noting the flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. He had the air of a man who had seen much and shared little. "Do you miss it?" she asked.
"Your home?"
Antonio's lips pressed together briefly before he answered, "I do. And yet, it is not the same as I left it."
A shadow passed over his features, and Sophie, ever perceptive, decided not to push further.
Instead, she let the conversation flow to something lighter, something that would ease the tension in his shoulders.
"Well, my lord," she said with a teasing lilt, "if survival was your greatest skill, then I would say you have adapted remarkably well to this challenge." He glanced down at her, his mouth curving into something close to a smile.
"You are kind to say so. But if I must be truthful, I suspect it is you who makes this seem effortless."
Sophie's laughter was soft, but genuine.
"Perhaps. But I do believe you are enjoying yourself, just a little." His gaze sweeping over her face. "Perhaps." As the dance neared its end, the final notes of the music echoed softly throughout the ballroom.
In the ensuing stillness, Sophie lingered in that delicate afterglow, the gentle warmth of Antonio's touch still imprinted on her hand. With a graceful step back, she curtsied and then became keenly aware of the hush that had fallen over the room.
Everyone had been watching them.
A murmur rippled through the crowd, a mixture of admiration, curiosity, and something else, something that made Sophie's skin prickle with awareness.
Sophie's stomach tightened. As they left the floor, Sophie caught sight of Countess Florence. Her stepmother was watching her, but not with the pride or delight that might have been expected.
No, there was something sharper in her eyes, something unreadable, a glint of admiration laced with resentment. The Countess Florence could not focus on anything but the way the Lord Angoulême looked at Sophie. There was something in the Lord's gaze, a depth, a warmth that unsettled her. She tried to convince herself that it was all harmless, that the young Earl was simply being polite. Every time she saw the Earl engage with Sophie, her breath caught in her throat. She could feel the storm of emotions brewing within her. The joy of the evening seemed to mock her suffering. She joined a group sitting by the lake under a pavilion adorned with white silk and golden roses. The atmosphere was serene and beautiful, but her mind was far from at ease. The conversation buzzed with murmurs of admiration, but Countess Florence barely heard them. Her gaze remained fixed on Sophie and Antonio as they exchanged quiet words as they stood by the lake, the young Earl's expression softer than before. A smooth voice interrupted her thoughts. "A rather striking pair, don't you think?" Florence turned to find Count Durant beside her. He held his wine glass lazily, watching the young couple with interest. She forced a polite smile. "An unexpected pairing, perhaps." Durant chuckled, swirling his drink. "Unexpected?" "My dear Countess, I would say it was inevitable. A beautiful young lady with all the charm of her mother and a reserved young lord who has suddenly found himself in need of companionship." Florence's grip on her own glass tightened. You make it sound as though they are already destined for each other. The Count lifted a brow, clearly enjoying himself.
You mean to tell me you haven't considered it?
It would be quite the match, he, the last of his line, and she an unmatched beauty.
Florence's jaw clenched. Of course, she had noticed. How could she not?
The way Antonio's gaze lingered on Sophie, how he seemed at ease despite his initial discomfort in the crowd, Florence could not ignore the possibility that the young lord was beginning to see Sophie as more than just another girl at the ball.
She waved her fan dismissively. The girl is merely being polite. Sophie makes everyone feel welcome, it is her nature. Durant tilted his head, feigning deep thought.
Ah, yes.
But tell me, Countess, is it merely kindness, or is there something more?
Florence's stomach twisted.
She knew what he was doing, poking, prodding, searching for cracks in her composure.
She would not let him see them. Lord Angoulême is still grieving his father, she said coolly. It is only natural that he should seek distraction. Durant's smirk widened.
And Sophie is that distraction?
Florence's lips pursed.
You amuse yourself too much with idle gossip, Count. And yet, he murmured, sipping his wine,
you are watching them rather closely for someone who claims not to be concerned.
Florence inhaled slowly, willing herself to remain composed. This could not happen.
Sophie was a girl, not a woman of influence, not someone who should hold a man's gaze for too long. Florence had worked tirelessly to ensure her own place in society, and she would not let a foolish, youthful infatuation disrupt everything.
She smiled at Durant, her expression carefully schooled.
It is my duty to ensure Sophie does not let silly notions get the best of her.
That is all. Durant chuckled.
Of course, Countess. That is all.
But the amusement in his eyes told her he didn't believe her for a second. As the fireworks began to explode in the sky, the Countess Florence felt a pang of bitterness.
The night, so full of light and celebration, seemed to cast a dark shadow over her heart.
The Count's words echoed in her mind, and she found herself seething with jealousy.
She had always been the object of admiration, the one everyone sought, and now Sophie, innocent, beautiful Sophie, was becoming the center of attention.
She could not bear it.
Chapter 4. When Antonio was pulled into conversation with a group of gentlemen, Sophie took the opportunity to make what she liked to call a lap of the room. It gave her time to compose herself, to steady the strange new emotions stirring in her chest. She spotted Josephine in the midst of a small crowd, basking in the attention of a pair of eager young suitors.
Her laughter rang out like bells, her eyes sparkling with delight. Sophie hesitated for a moment before approaching.
Josephine, her voice low but firm as she slipped beside her younger sister. Josephine turned, her grin widening. Oh, Sophie. You missed it. Lord Etelwood has been reciting the most unusual little ditties. He has promised to send me a book of poetry from his personal collection.
Poetry?
Can you imagine? Sophie sighed, glancing at the young lord in question, who was watching Josephine with rapt admiration. She had forgotten how young Josephine could act, caught up in the excitement of flirtation. Gentlemen, she smiled, and pulled her sister gently away. Let's take a turn of the garden, it's a tad warm in here.
She guided her sister towards the door. You should be careful, Sophie murmured.
Men make promises easily, especially when swept up in an evening like this. But promises in our world are currency, whispered debts waiting to be collected.
Josephine rolled her eyes, still beaming. Oh, don't be such an old hen. It's harmless fun.
Besides, she added with a knowing smirk, everyone is far more interested in you and Lord Antonio.
Sophie stiffened. That is nonsense.
Josephine raised a brow, clearly unconvinced. Is it?
You were the only one he danced with. And I saw the way he looked at you.
Sophie opened her mouth to dismiss it, but then, there it was, the undeniable flutter in her chest at the mere mention of his name. Josephine gasped, watching her older sister's reaction. You like him? Lower your voice, Sophie hissed, throwing a quick glance around them.
Her sister giggled. You do? Oh, how romantic. The mysterious Earl from the distant Baltics, drawn from the shadows by none other than my perfect, wonderful sister.
They were outside now, a handful of people stood around enjoying the morning hues. Sophie swatted Josephine's arm.
Stop it.
Josephine only laughed harder.
You cannot fool me. You may act indifferent, but I see it in your eyes.
Sophie exhaled, shaking her head.
It was only a dance or two.
He was shy and uncomfortable, and I simply wanted to make him feel welcome. Josephine smirked. It was 4, albeit with breaks, but in between he danced with no other.
Sophie had no response to that. When the night finally drew to a close, Sophie retired to her room, but sleep did not come easily. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind tangled in the events of the evening.
The fireworks, the laughter, the music, everything had blended together in a whirlwind of enchantment. She could not shake the memory of his touch, the way his fingers had hesitated before settling against hers, as though uncertain, as though unused to such simple closeness. The way his voice, deep yet gentle, had grown more steady as their conversation continued. And, most of all, the way he had looked at her, not just with admiration, but with something else, something that made her fingers tingle.
Had she imagined it? She turned onto her side, pressing her cheek against the cool pillow. This was dangerous. She barely knew him. And yet, a quiet thrill shivered through her at the thought of seeing him again.
Would he seek her out tomorrow, or would he avoid her?
Had this night meant anything at all to him? She closed her eyes, she both longed for and feared the answer.
Josephine stood in the garden, the delicate lace of her gown catching the light of the morning sun as the last of the guests departed and the housekeepers began their quiet work of dismantling the party's remnants. The world was still, the sun low in the sky, casting soft golden beams through the trees. Her heart felt lighter after the lively evening. It was a perfect party, but now, there was only silence. She found a woolen blanket, wrapped in its faded pattern, and settled herself onto a creaky swinging chair beneath the shelter of an ancient oak.
The rhythmic sway of the chair lulled her into a trance-like reverie.
She could hear the soft shuffle of footsteps, but something else, caught her ear. A rustling sound, almost imperceptible.
Turning her head, Josephine froze. At the edge of the garden stood a dog.
Its coat was black as night, sleek but worn, and its amber eyes gleamed with a knowing intelligence, as if it had been waiting for her. She blinked, unsure if it was real or just a figment of her early morning imagination.
A dog?
Here?
Hello there, Josephine whispered gently, a smile curling on her lips. The dog tilted its head, studying her for a moment, before it trotted closer.
Her little purse held the remnants of treats from the banqueting table, and she offered a few scraps, feeling the warmth of the gesture.
The dog ate the delicate crunch of crumbs falling onto the grass.
Afterward, it lay at her feet, curling up beneath the swinging chair as though it belonged there. She leaned back into the chair, the slow swing of it creating a gentle rhythm as she watched the dog.
The world around her felt distant now, just the two of them in this secret moment.
For a fleeting second, she imagined that it was always meant to be like this, that the dog had always been there, only now it had found her.
A soft rustling in the distance broke the spell, and Josephine blinked, her thoughts suddenly scattered.
The dog stood up, its ears perked, alert to something she couldn't hear.
Josephine, come inside.
Estelle, her governess's voice called from the doorway, pulling her from the quiet moment. The dog gave her one last, lingering glance before it turned and melted back into the garden's shadows, leaving Josephine alone. Strange, Josephine murmured to herself, but with a smile, she stood and walked back inside, the memory of the dog's gaze lingering in her mind.
Chapter 5. The morning passed in a blur of activity.
Sophie rode out with a small group, the crisp air stirring her hair as they galloped through the vast estate.
Laughter and light conversation filled the ride, yet her thoughts were elsewhere.
She found herself scanning the horizon, hoping to see a familiar dark figure among the various groups they passed.
But Antonio was nowhere to be found.
After returning, she joined the ladies for a leisurely lunch in one of the sunlit parlors. The conversation was lively discussions of gowns, the latest court gossip, and who had danced with whom the previous evening.
Sophie smiled and nodded where appropriate, but her mind remained distracted. She had half expected to catch a glimpse of him passing by, but the opportunity never came.
In the afternoon, she wandered through the castle, stopping here and there to chat with guests. The drawing room was filled with ladies sketching idyllic scenes from the gardens beyond, their hands gliding elegantly over parchment as they laughed and whispered among themselves. "Come, Lady Sophie," Lady Anne called to her, smiling warmly.
"You should join us.
We could use your expert eye.
Sophie chuckled, shaking her head. You flatter me, but I fear my attempts at drawing would be a tragedy. Lady Anne laughed. Nonsense. You have the artist's soul, I can tell.
Sophie only smiled before excusing herself, moving further through the castle. She found another group gathered in the grand hall, engaged in a spirited game of Uno. Nearby, a pair of gentlemen were deep in conversation about the ongoing political matters in the West. In one of the side chambers, a trio of young ladies sat embroidering, chatting softly.
It was a peaceful scene, one she should have found comforting. But a growing restlessness gnawed at her. Where was he? It wasn't as though she had been searching for him, she told herself she hadn't, but surely she should have seen him at least once by now.
As she stepped onto one of the terraces, she spotted a group of men heading toward the lake, their voices carrying in the afternoon air. They were in high spirits, towels slung over shoulders, shirts unbuttoned as they prepared for a swim. One of them, Lord Stanton, a close family friend she had spent many summers playing together as children, saw her and waved.
Good afternoon, my lady. We are off to test the waters. Care to join us?
She smirked.
Hardly, but I do have advice if you wish to make the most of it. A few of the men chuckled, intrigued.
The best diving spot is past the willow trees on the eastern edge, she nodded toward the farthest part of the lake.
There's a ledge beneath the water that gives a perfect drop. Lord Stanton placed a hand over his heart in mock reverence.
My lady, a true guide to adventure. Perhaps next time, you'll lead us yourself.
She laughed, shaking her head.
I shall leave such exploits to you, my lord. As they strode off toward the lake, she let out a small sigh, folding her arms. Still, no sign of him. She should not care. She should let him seek her out.
But she never did as expected and did not care for ancient formalities.
And yet, why did it feel as though something was missing from the day?
The evening's entertainment had been arranged with the finest precision, the assembled nobility seated in expectant rows, their murmured conversations tapering off as the musicians prepared to play. Sophie, seated near the front with the family, felt the weight of the occasion settle upon her shoulders. The grand salon shimmered with candlelight, casting long shadows over the gleaming instruments and the faces of the audience, their expressions poised between polite curiosity and genuine anticipation.
As the first notes were played, Sophie was immediately swept into the music's embrace. The melody wove its way through the air like a whispered confession, delicate yet urgent.
She leaned forward slightly, drawn in, her breath sinking with the rhythm as the piece unfolded. The violins soared, the pianoforte murmured beneath them, and Sophie's heart swelled with every measure.
She had always loved music, but here, in this moment, it felt different. More consuming. More alive.
As she listened, a strange awareness settled over her, like the faintest pressure of a gaze upon her skin. She dismissed it at first, too enthralled by the performance to spare a thought for anything else. But when the final notes faded into silence, replaced by a hushed stillness, she turned her head slightly, almost instinctively.
He was watching her. Not the musicians, not the performance, but her. Her pulse quickened as the realization took hold. Had he watched her throughout? Had he seen the way the music had moved her, the way she had been carried away by it?
His expression was unreadable, but in his dark eyes, there was something she could not deny, something intense, something unspoken. For a fleeting, shimmering moment, the room, the applause, and the noble audience, all of it faded into the periphery. It was just the two of them, locked in a silent exchange, a connection formed in the space between breath and heartbeat.
And Sophie, caught in the lingering spell of the music, was powerless to look away.
The dining hall was a spectacle of wealth and refinement, its vaulted ceiling adorned with glistening chandeliers, casting a warm golden light over the long, lavishly set table. The scent of roasted meats and spiced wine lingered in the air, mingling with the soft hum of conversation and the occasional chime of silver against porcelain. Sophie, seated near the middle of the table, found herself opposite Antonio but too far to speak to him directly. Instead, she was trapped beside Lord Henri Harbour, a man whose presence was as overbearing as his voice. Ah, but of course, this house, charming in its way, I suppose, does not compare to Blackwood Manor, he declared, waving a hand as though sweeping the entire room into irrelevance. Now, that is a true estate that wasn't affected by the war. Grand halls, sweeping staircases, and the most exquisite dining arrangements. Why, at Lord Ashbourne's supper last month, the courses were served with such precision, not a single dish out of place.
Unlike here, where I dare say the venison was rather overcooked.
Sophie's fingers clenched around the stem of her wine glass, though she forced a smile. I'm sure the Lord's household is most impressive.
But I do hope you find something here to your liking, Lord Harbour. He chuckled.
A loud, brash sound that grated against her ears. Oh, my dear, you misunderstand me.
I've no complaints about the company, only the execution. He gestured broadly at the table. The silver is well polished, I grant you.
And the wine, passable, though hardly remarkable.
Sophie's grip on her glass tightened. This was her home.
He was a guest at her family's table, and yet he spoke as though he were offering some benevolent critique of a subpar theatre performance. She had tried, truly, to steer the conversation elsewhere, to engage in polite discussion, but Lord Harbour's voice bulldozed over any attempt she made to speak. Of course, I have attended finer affairs, he continued, swirling his wine as if to prove his point. The dinner at Lord Pembroke's estate, now, that was an evening.
A menu planned months in advance, exotic delicacies brought in from across the continent. Nothing like this. He gestured dismissively at his plate, shaking his head. A shame, really. Sophie's lips pressed together, her patience wearing thin.
Insult after insult, he spoke without a second thought, as though she were not sitting right beside him, as though this house, her family's home, were nothing more than an amusing stop along his journey of self-importance. Well, she thought, good old Lord Pembroke's estate may be rich and wonderful, but there was a reason why some were left alone and others crumbled, and there was nothing admirable about that. She glanced up, feeling that same weight from before, that awareness of being watched across the table. Antonio was looking at her not with pity, nor amusement, but something else.
Understanding.
For a brief moment, Sophie felt as though she had an ally, and somehow, that made all the difference.
The evening stretched on in a blur of polite smiles and endless distractions.
Every time Sophie found herself with a moment to breathe, someone was there, pulling her in another direction. Come, Sophie, you must join us for a game of cards, Lady Evelyn insisted, linking arms with her before she could protest.
No sooner had she excused herself from that than her stepmother appeared at her side. Sophie, be a dear and fetch your father's spectacles. He must have left them in the library. Barely 5 minutes later, another summons.
Sophie, your father was looking for you. Oh, no need now, I found him. But could you see if the housekeepers have cleared the east parlor?
It was endless.
A series of small, inconsequential tasks, each one dragging her further away from the one person she wanted to speak to.
And whether it was deliberate or merely coincidence, by the end of the night, she was utterly drained.
The last guests were departing, the grand hall growing quieter as coats were retrieved and final pleasantries exchanged. Sophie exhaled, relieved to be retreating at last, when she turned the corner and... oh!
She collided softly with a tall, solid frame. Her hands reached out instinctively, steadying herself before she could stumble.
Forgive me,
came a familiar voice, warm with amusement.
She looked up.
Antonio.
A flicker of surprise crossed his face, as though he hadn't expected to find her here, and yet, something in his expression suggested he was not displeased by it.
You are well?
He asked. Sophie opened her mouth, but for a moment, no words came. Her heart was racing, her mind inexplicably blank.
After a night of being pulled in every direction, of stolen glances and missed opportunities, she was finally face to face with him, and now, she had no idea what to say. Instead, Sophie's gaze dropped to her hands, now awkwardly raised and pressed against the firm wall of his chest, a startling realization that sent heat rushing to her face.
Panic flickered through her as she jerked them away, mortified by the unintended contact. Her thoughts tangled into a frantic jumble, one tripping over the next.
He was waiting for her to speak, his expression patient yet unreadable.
But what could she possibly say?
Her pulse quickened as she struggled to find words, the weight of expectation pressing heavily on her chest.
But nothing coherent came.
Only the persistent awareness of his steady presence, close enough to unravel her carefully maintained composure. Finally, she forced herself to smile, hoping it masked her hesitation.
Yes. A wonderful recital.
Indeed, he said, studying her as though considering his next words.
Will you be accompanying your father next month to Lord Freem's reception?
She hesitated. I'm not sure. He hardly takes me to such things.
Antonio tilted his head slightly, as if that answer intrigued him, but before he could respond, a voice called his name from across the hall. She wanted to step back, realizing how close they were. What would the man watching them think?
But she couldn't move.
Antonio's gaze lingered on her for a moment longer, then he inclined his head.
Then I hope to see you again, regardless.
And with that, he was gone.
Sophie stood frozen, the space he had occupied now feeling strangely empty. The evening's exhaustion pressed down on her, yet beneath it, something restless and unshaken remained.
It was as if his presence had altered her, left an imprint she couldn't quite name. No matter where he had been tonight, across the room, at the far end of the table, or simply a fleeting figure in the candlelit corridors, she had been aware of him. Keenly. Unreasonably. Her thoughts swirled, tangled in the echoes of the evening.
Every glance, every smile, every lingering note of the music played back in her mind like a melody she couldn't forget.
She had felt everything tonight, the ache of longing, the vulnerability of being truly seen. And now, standing alone in the dimly lit hall, she realized she was happy. A rare, unfamiliar happiness, delicate yet thrilling in its intensity. But as the staff moved through the house, dimming the chandeliers and snuffing out the last candles, shadows crept into her mind. Doubt whispered at the edges of her contentment. What had this night truly meant? Had it been anything at all? Chapter 6.
The morning sunlight filtered through the high windows of the breakfast hall, casting a golden glow across the long mahogany table. Outside, the wind carried the distant hum of the farmer's machinery from the outer fields. Inside, the scent of fresh bread, honey, and spiced tea filled the air, mingling with the crisp coolness of the early day.
Sophie and Josephine entered together, their footsteps soft against the polished wooden floor, one of the few surfaces still meticulously maintained in a world that had long abandoned luxury.
Josephine, still radiant with excitement from the previous evening, hummed a tune under her breath, a soft melody that mirrored the lingering joy she carried from the ball. Sophie, however, was subdued, her thoughts entangled in the events of the previous nights, the weight of unspoken truths pressing against her chest.
Their father, the Earl of Kimberley, sat at the head of the table.
His expression remained unreadable as he thumbed through a weathered ledger, its cracked binding and faded ink a reminder that paper itself had become a rare commodity. Countess Florence was already seated beside him, her every movement precise and deliberate, as she stirred a single spoonful of sugar into her tea.
Across from her sat Philippe, their younger brother, his eyes still heavy with sleep, as he absent-mindedly pushed his fork through a plate of eggs.
As Sophie and Josephine took their seats, Florence offered them a smile, practiced, polished, but utterly devoid of warmth. A wonderful evening, was it not?
Josephine, ever eager, nodded enthusiastically. Oh, it was splendid. The music, the gowns, the conversation, it was like something out of a dream. Florence tilted her head slightly, her expression measured. Our guests were most impressed by the company. Though, of course, there were certain moments of interest.
Sophie recognized the calculated lilt in her stepmother's voice.
She did not have to ask what moments Florence was referring to.
The Earl, without lifting his gaze from the page, grunted his approval. A necessary affair. It's good for people to see that the Kimberley estate remains as influential as ever.
His words were more than social posturing. Influence was survival.
With resources dwindling, alliances had become as crucial as oxygen. Without them, families crumbled, and estates fell into ruin, swallowed by the wastelands that had claimed so many others. Josephine paid no heed to their father's formality and continued, her voice bright with enthusiasm. Did you see the way Lord Atelwood recited poetry?
Utterly charming. He promised to send me a book from his personal collection.
Philippe scoffed, finally lifting his head from his plate. Poetry?
He must be desperate for conversation. Josephine swatted at him playfully. You wouldn't understand, Philippe. A well-versed man is far more interesting than one who merely talks about horses and trade. A well-versed man is still a man, Philippe muttered, returning to his food.
Florence set her teacup down delicately, her gaze, sharp as glass, shifted toward Sophie.
Speaking of interesting gentlemen. Lady Sophie, you spent quite some time dancing last night.
Tell me, what did you think of Lord Antonio Angoulême? Sophie felt every set of eyes at the table turned toward her.
She forced herself to keep her expression neutral. He was a gracious partner. Florence's smile did not reach her eyes. Yes. Gracious indeed. Some would say reserved, even withdrawn. One wonders why such a man would suddenly appear at court after all this time.
The Earl finally set down his book and fixed Sophie with a look that made her shoulders stiffen.
The Angoulême estate is not one I've had much cause to deal with. A secluded family.
Their wealth is old, but their presence among our circles is
new.
Sophie forced herself to take a slow sip of tea, hoping to mask the way her stomach twisted into knots. The Angoulême name carried whispers with it, of secrets buried deep, of a family that had survived in the shadows while others fell. Florence, watching Sophie closely, shifted the conversation with a graceful turn. I must say that Lord Henri Harbour was most eager for your company, Sophie.
A very respectable man, from an impeccable family.
Sophie tightened her grip on her teacup.
I recall. He was quite vocal about his opinions on last night's dining arrangements.
Philippe snorted, and Josephine let out a poorly concealed giggle, both remembering Lord Henri's overly loud critiques of the food, company, and everything else, nothing meeting his high expectations.
Florence's lips pressed into a thin line. Regardless, he is a man of good standing. He has expressed interest in calling upon you.
The Earl, seemingly satisfied with the prospect, nodded.
Henri comes from a line of stability. A practical match.
The words chilled Sophie more than the draft slipping through the cracked mortar of the castle walls. Practical.
As if marriage were nothing more than another transaction, as if her own feelings held no weight at all. No, she said, her voice firmer than she expected. Silence fell over the table. The Earl's gaze darkened, his jaw tightening ever so slightly.
No?
His voice carried the quiet authority of a man unaccustomed to defiance.
Sophie forced herself to meet his gaze, though her pulse pounded in her ears.
I will not be bartered like a piece of land.
You are being short-sighted.
He folded his arms across his chest.
Stability ensures survival, Sophie.
Your whims do not.
And what of happiness? Sophie challenged. Florence sighed, dabbing at the corner of her lips with a linen napkin. You speak as if you live in a world where happiness is guaranteed. The remaining moments of breakfast were filled with the faint clink of silverware against porcelain, the slow, deliberate scrape of a knife spreading butter, and the occasional soft clink of a teacup being set down. The fire in the hearth crackled weakly, its embers shifting with quiet pops, but no one spoke. The rhythmic ticking of the old brass clock on the mantelpiece filled the void, each measured second stretching the silence further. As breakfast concluded and the family began to rise, Josephine linked her arm through Sophie's, whispering as they stepped away from the table.
You're thinking about him, aren't you? Sophie sighed. Don't be ridiculous.
Josephine smirked.
You are. I see it. She gave a playful nudge. Don't worry, dear sister. If you won't fight for him, I certainly will. Chapter 7.
The late morning was crisp, the cool air tinged with dew and the faint scent of wildflowers, echoing the magic of the night before. Sophie, light-hearted and brimming with anticipation, joined the others as they prepared for the ride. The soft clatter of horse hooves, the rustle of fabric, and the cheerful chorus of laughter and chatter filled the air.
Yet as she scanned the group beneath the pale light of dawn, her excitement faltered. Antonio was nowhere to be seen.
An unexpected ache settled in her chest, as if a cool wind had swept through her heart, dulling the joy of the impending ride. As the group waited beneath the shade of an ancient oak, laughter and conversation filled the air. A nearby voice broke through, "Where has the dashing Antonio gone?"
I expected to see him riding with us today. A lady, her tone tinged with resignation, sighed softly. He sailed for Naples this morning. He's gone.
The words struck Sophie like a sudden gust of winter air, stealing the warmth from her chest.
Her stomach clenched painfully, and for a moment, the world tilted ever so slightly. Gone?
The word echoed in her mind, hollow and heavy, each syllable resonating like a tolling bell.
She hadn't expected this, not so soon, not without warning. Her lips parted as if to speak, but no sound came.
A strange numbness settled over her, masking the tangle of emotions twisting inside: disbelief,
disappointment, and something dangerously close to longing.
Before she could gather herself, the lady, who she now realized was her friend Clara, turned to her, one brow arched in quiet curiosity.
Her voice dropped into a low, conspiratorial tone. "You spent quite some time with him at the ball, Sophie.
Tell me, had I been mistaken?"
It certainly seemed like he was paying you particular attention.
Sophie's pulse quickened, heat rising to her face despite the cold ache in her chest. Memories from the previous night flickered through her mind, her hands on his chest, his questioning her appearance at the next ball. Those eyes watching her without giving away his thoughts. Sophie faltered, struggling to find a response that would satisfy Clara's curiosity without betraying the truth swirling inside her. Clara's lips curved into a small, amused smile.
"Ah. So I wasn't mistaken." "It wasn't like that," Sophie insisted, though her voice wavered.
Clara tilted her head thoughtfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes.
"If you say so." But Sophie barely registered her friend's words.
The weight of his departure pressed heavily on her chest, and though the ambient sound of laughter and conversation enveloped the group like a soft blanket, a strange, isolating silence closed in around her.
He was gone.
And though she had never dared to hope for anything beyond fleeting moments of connection, she couldn't ignore the ache blooming in the hollow space where possibility had once lingered. Sophie turned her gaze to the rolling hills ahead, a gentle breeze against her skin.
She had let herself believe it, just for a moment, that there had been a connection between them. But morning had come, and he was gone. The truth settled cold in her chest. She had been foolish to think otherwise. What had she expected?
That he would stay, sweep her into his arms, and carry her away from all this? Shaking off the fleeting fantasy, she acknowledged the stark reality: he had left, and she remained exactly where she had always been.
Had she been just a distraction, a little flirtation while he was away from home? Doubt crept in, insidious and relentless.
Perhaps she had read too much into fleeting glances and half-spoken words. This was a new path she had never traveled before. Perhaps he had merely been biding his time until duty, or something more interesting, called him away. But there was one consolation, that, despite her misplaced hopes, she had never acted on her emotions. She could still carry with her the knowledge that her conduct had always been guided by propriety, and she hadn't made a fool of herself.
"This may not be the best time, but I have news." This pulled Sophie from her thoughts.
She glanced at Clara, who tipped her head toward the trees, a silent signal.
They let the others drift ahead until their voices faded into murmurs on the wind. When they were far enough away, Sophie arched a brow. "Now you've ensured I must hear it. What is it?"
Clara hesitated, as though holding the words back would somehow keep them from being true.
Then, she leaned in slightly.
"Lady Lucy Preston is to be wed." "Lucy?"
The name came out in a whisper, her shock evident.
"But, to whom?"
Clara's expression turned uneasy. "The Earl of Whitmore."
The breath left Sophie's lungs in a rush. "Whitmore?
But
she's never even mentioned him before."
Her words were too loud. They both instinctively glanced at the group. No one was paying them any mind.
Because she had no reason to, Clara grimaced. The arrangement was made by her father.
She was told only last night. A sick feeling settled in Sophie's stomach.
Lucy, her sweet and spirited friend, promised to a man she did not choose. It was becoming a cruel script, one the ladies saw more often these days. It played out again and again in quiet parlors and candlelit studies, where fathers and lords struck bargains with their daughters' futures as if they were commodities to be traded.
Sophie swallowed hard. And does she? She hesitated, already knowing the answer. Does she love him? Clara gave a short, bitter laugh.
Love?
Sophie, she barely knows the man.
She met him once at a winter gathering last year, and she said he spoke more to his hounds than to her. Clara glanced at Sophie then, her expression shadowed with something unspoken.
But it does not matter, does it?
Love is hardly the deciding factor in these matters.
Sophie's jaw clenched.
No, her voice tight.
It should be the only factor. Clara sighed, adjusting her bonnet.
You know as well as I do that nowadays we don't have that luxury.
Marriages are about alliances, wealth, stability. What we want, what we feel, is no longer of consequence. Sophie's hands trembled slightly. It is of consequence to me.
Clara turned to her, brows raised. Sophie.
No, Sophie interrupted, her voice firmer now. I will not be bartered off like a debt to be settled. I will not wake up one morning to learn my future has been decided without me.
Her pulse pounded in her ears, the words tumbling from her lips before she could stop them. If I marry, it will be because I have chosen it.
Because I love him. And if that is not possible, then I will not marry at all. Her mind flickered to Antonio, but she shoved the thought aside.
Clara let out a slow breath, searching her face.
You truly mean that, don't you? I do.
Sophie's gaze was unwavering, her decision no longer just a fleeting thought but a declaration, a promise to herself. Clara shook her head, though there was admiration in her eyes. Then heaven help the man who dares try and claim you, Sophie Kimberly. Sophie turned her face toward the horizon, her heart still racing.
Let them try. She would never be caged by expectation. Not now. Not ever.
The evening filled with music, laughter, and the unspoken weight of farewells. It all led to the dawning, a tradition where the guests gathered by the lake to watch the sunrise, marking the transition from one world to the next. It was symbolic, a reenactment of the night before the final ships had left, carrying those who chose the stars over the soil, while those who remained rebuilt from the ashes. As the first light broke over the horizon, everyone released glowing lanterns, each carrying a golden coin. The finder could keep and use it. After all, there was only one currency now, a single world bound by simplicity. Sophie watched the lanterns rise, their golden glow fading into the morning sky, just like the hope she briefly held.
But as the light drifted away, so did the illusion. For those few hours she had felt full of life, but now the world seemed dull.
Dawn arrived, but instead of a fresh start, all she felt was the quiet ache of what could have been. After a while, the laughter and conversation blurred into the background, and Sophie felt the need to slip away for a moment of solitude. She moved toward the edge of the glowing pathways, stepping beneath the shadow of an ancient oak. The cool night air wrapped around her, a welcome contrast to the warmth of the celebration. A gentle rustle of fabric and the soft creak of worn leather shoes signaled the approach of Estelle. The older woman moved with a grace that belied her years, her presence as comforting as the scent of lavender that clung to her shawl.
Her silver-streaked hair was neatly pinned up into a high bun, and her brilliant chocolate-brown eyes, wise and warm, held the quiet strength of someone who had witnessed much and endured more.
She folded her arms, regarding Sophie with a knowing look.
You look lost in thought, my dear.
Sophie turned, managing a small, weary smile.
Just thinking. The night is beautiful, isn't it?
Estelle nodded, arching an eyebrow.
Or perhaps your thoughts are elsewhere?
A certain young earl, perhaps? A faint flush rose in Sophie's cheeks as she exhaled a quiet laugh, tinged with vulnerability.
Am I that obvious?
To me?
Always, Estelle chuckled softly. Your face gives you away. You hold yourself like someone waiting for something, or someone. For a moment, Sophie hesitated before her voice dropped to a near whisper. I don't know what to think.
I barely know him, yet he lingers in my mind as though I do.
And now he's gone. Her tone turned wistful, heavy with regret. I should not have allowed myself to hope.
Estelle's gaze softened, and she stepped closer, placing a gentle hand on Sophie's shoulder.
Hope is not a weakness. It is what keeps us moving forward. Sophie sighed, glancing toward the fading lanterns. I overheard an older couple talking at the ball.
About the great departure.
About what life used to be like before the war changed everything. Estelle's expression shifted, her gaze turning distant.
It's not spoken of much anymore, not outside whispers and private conversations.
But yes, before the departure, the world was different. More advanced, they say. More complicated. And now we live by tradition, Sophie murmured, glancing back at the festivities. The old world was abandoned, its relics were left behind. We've built this new order, as if the past never happened. Sophie had always wondered, what would she have done?
If given the choice, would she have left?
Or would she have stayed behind, clinging to a world in ruin? Estelle's voice softened. That's how it had to be.
The ones who left, the ones who took to the stars, made their choice.
And those who remained had to build a life out of what was left.
The Earls now rule, guiding what remains of civilization, keeping the balance between tradition and survival.
Sophie turned to her, searching her face. But do you think they chose right? That staying behind was the better path?
For a long, measured moment, Estelle's face remained unreadable.
Then, with a gentle sigh, she finally said, "Some would say the ones who left were the wise ones.
Others would say they were cowards, abandoning a broken world instead of fixing it.
But does it matter now? We are here, and we must make the best of what we have." Sophie nodded slowly, though her mind still whirled with questions.
And the shipments?
The medicines from the colonies beyond?
We still rely on them, don't we?
A necessary agreement, Estelle admitted softly. A way to keep those who remained from perishing altogether. But we are expected to fend for ourselves in every other way. She reached out, gently tucking a stray strand of Sophie's hair behind her ear. "You've always been curious, Sophie. But be careful with questions like these. Some do not take kindly to them."
Sophie met Estelle's steady gaze, absorbing the quiet warning behind it.
"I understand."
Estelle smiled faintly, then turned toward the woods, watching the guests move through the glowing pathways, their laughter carrying on the wind.
"Your sister has no such concerns. She embraces life as it comes." A quiet laugh escaped Sophie. "She believes in magic and adventure. She sees only possibility. Perhaps you should let yourself see a little of that too," Estelle suggested gently. "Just for tonight."
Chapter 8. The Earl stood at the edge of the ballroom, a glass of brandy in hand, watching his daughters among the gathered guests. The flickering candlelight illuminated their faces, catching the shimmer of their gowns as they moved through the crowd. Yet, it was Sophie who drew his attention most.
Something about her demeanor unsettled him.
She smiled and nodded when spoken to, but there was a distance in her eyes, an absence he couldn't quite place.
His wife, Countess Florence, stepped beside him, her sharp gaze following his. "What are you thinking?" she asked quietly, brushing an invisible speck from her gown. The Earl exhaled slowly.
Sophie looks distracted.
Florence's lips pressed into a thin line. "Then you haven't heard." He turned to her with a frown.
"Heard what?"
"A certain
attraction," her eyes flickering towards Sophie before lowering her voice.
"Lord Antonio."
The Earl scoffed.
"Antonio? I don't listen to idle gossip."
"It isn't gossip," Florence replied, smoothing a hand over her skirts.
"They spent too much time together. People noticed. But you needn't trouble yourself with it."
"It's been handled, my dear. He left for Naples this morning."
Whatever foolishness she allowed herself to believe has already come to an end. The Earl took another sip of brandy, his expression unreadable.
"Then it's settled."
"Not quite," Florence's voice laced with suggestion. "It's time she marries."
He turned to her, raising an eyebrow.
"She's young yet."
"Young, but not too young," Florence countered smoothly.
"Lord Henri would make an excellent match." The Earl frowned, swirling the amber liquid in his glass.
"Henri is a bore."
"Henri is well connected," Florence corrected, her tone measured. "He comes from an impeccable family, and Sophie would want for nothing."
"You know how these things are done, my dear."
"Sentiment has no place in matters of marriage."
The Earl considered this, his gaze drifting back to Sophie, who stood by a window, staring into the night.
Whatever sadness gripped her, he would not entertain it. He had never been one to indulge his children's emotions.
"I will consider it,"
he said finally. Florence smiled, victorious. "On the subject, the girls are too old to remain in the nursery quarters. It's time they moved to proper suites. Their governess should return to the staff quarters where she belongs." The Earl nodded.
"Arrange it."
The festivities had ended, and the last of the guests had departed, leaving the estate quiet and still.
Josephine, feeling a rare moment of peace before the whirlwind of change that her father's plans would surely bring, slipped away from the house.
He had been told of the move of quarters and had begged her father at lunch to reconsider it, but he was unmoving, so she avoided the gossiping staff and found freedom outside.
She found him again, the black dog, sitting beneath a thick hedge near the solar farm, the silent workhorse that powered the castle's fragile opulence.
She sat and enjoyed the late afternoon in peace.
The dog lay calmly beside her, his amber eyes tracking the men who were lazily plowing the fields.
He was no wild dog.
He always appeared from the shadows when she needed him most, just as though he had been waiting for her for this moment. During the past few days, when the estate was bustling with activity, Josephine had found herself wandering away, her footsteps light and carefree. Each time she slipped outside, the dog seemed to inch closer, his presence like a quiet echo to her own. It was as if he, too, was a part of this estate. Sitting on the grass beside him, Josephine began to speak, her words floating in the air like fragments of her thoughts.
She confided in him, as though he were an old friend, her trusted companion in the peaceful silence after the eventful night.
The dog listened intently, his amber gaze never straying from her face, as though he understood every word. Perhaps, Josephine mused aloud, you were once a noble hound, guarding a castle from invaders, protecting your king.
Or maybe you were a prince, under a spell, and I am the only one who can break it. Her voice was soft, her eyes bright with innocent wonder.
The dog didn't react, only continued to watch her, as though he was silently approving of her fanciful tale.
There was no judgment in his eyes, no hint of impatience.
He was simply there, present, listening.
Are you really a prince?
She asked, her gaze fixed on him, her face full of youthful curiosity. The dog tilted his head, his amber eyes intently watching her. He never wandered far, always within reach, but never too close, as though he were an enigma she hadn't yet solved.
She smiled softly to herself, enjoying the brief moment of companionship.
For now, she could hold on to the simplicity of the dog's company, and perhaps even the stories she created for him. The air hung heavy with dust, swirling in the flickering candlelight in their new rooms. The scent of aged wood and long-forgotten fabric settled over them like a shroud. The furniture, though grand, bore the weight of years untouched, and the drapes hung heavy and unyielding, blocking out most of the moonlight. Sophie traced the cool marble of the fireplace in her bedroom, a shiver ghosting down her spine.
It feels different, she murmured. Her younger sister shifted uncomfortably. These rooms have been empty for years. But why?
Why would no one use them?
Her mouth pulled down in a small frown.
Estelle, ever the optimist, strode to the windows and pulled the heavy curtains open.
Dust swirled in the air as the light came in.
She sighed, muttering about clearing the dust and letting fresh air in.
It'll feel better once it's been properly aired out.
Later, in the glow of a single candle, Sophie confided her unease to Estelle.
Something doesn't feel right about this place, she admitted.
I don't know what it is, but she hesitated, lowering her voice.
I feel watched. Estelle, always the rational one, gave a soft laugh, but it faltered at the edges. You're being ridiculous, Sophie. It's just a different part of the castle, nothing more. But the weight of the room pressed against her, and the feeling of unseen eyes never quite faded.
She turned slightly, adjusting the folds of her dress, before settling onto the edge of Sophie's bed. This is how it should be, she continued, her voice gentler now, you're growing up.
You should have moved out of the nursery long ago.
Sophie lowered her gaze, tracing an invisible pattern on the embroidered quilt.
I suppose, she murmured, but the unease in her chest refused to fade. Estelle reached for her hand, squeezing it lightly. I know it feels strange, but change always does at first.
In a few weeks, with a good freshening up, this will feel like home, and we'll wonder why we ever hesitated. Sophie nodded, but something about the darkened corners of the room, the way the heavy drapes seemed to shift without a breeze, made her doubt it.
You're letting shadows play tricks on you. Yet, as she turned away, Sophie caught the way Estelle's hands trembled slightly.
She began rummaging through the cabinets.
Sophie's attention was captured by a miniature photograph, set into a locket, she found hidden beneath a blanket.
The beautiful lady, her dress unmistakably of the old world, sat still looking into the camera. But it was her eyes that stopped Sophie, grief. She couldn't understand why this word came to mind, but as she looked into this woman's still expression, tears began rolling down her face.
Sophie traced the delicate strokes of the miniature painting with her fingers, her heart pounding.
The woman in the portrait, with her soft eyes and gentle smile, seemed almost familiar, though Sophie knew she had never met her.
Estelle, Sophie pressed, gripping the frame.
Who is she?
Estelle hesitated, her lips parting as if to speak, then closing again. A flicker of sorrow crossed her face as she looked down at the locket.
"That," she finally said, her voice laced with emotion, "is your mother, Lady Louise de Montfort." The weight of those words settled over Sophie like a heavy cloak. A woman she had fleeting memories of, yet whose absence had shaped her entire existence. Beside her, Josephine leaned in, eyes wide with wonder and grief. "Tell us about her," she urged.
"Please."
A deep sigh escaped Estelle as she settled into a chair, folding her hands in her lap. "It's not an easy story to tell," she admitted, staring at the portrait as if it held 1,000 memories.
"But you deserve to know." She took a breath, gathering herself, and then began. "Your mother was Lady Louise de Montfort, the only daughter of Lord Marquis de Montfort. Her family came from the southern regions of France, where they lived in prosperity, until a sudden plague swept through the land. Within weeks, her mother and 3 younger brothers were gone, leaving only Louise and her father." Sophie shifted as a shiver ran down her spine. She had never known this part of their history, never realized how much loss had already been woven into their lineage before she was even born. The Lord was devastated. He retreated to a modest estate, taking Louise with him, hoping to find peace in isolation. But grief is a cruel thing, it leaves a person hollow. Estelle's gaze flickered toward the window, momentarily lost in her own thoughts. "That was where they met Chastine," she continued. "She was no noblewoman, just a local lady who had suffered her own tragedy. She had lost her husband and children, save for one son, Devon. Grief made quick companions of them all. Louise and Devon, close in age, grew up together, their lessons shared, their lives intertwined." "Did she love him?"
Sophie asked, her voice barely above a whisper.
Estelle nodded slowly. "She did. But it took her time to understand it.
To everyone else, they were simply children growing up side by side, bound by circumstance. But Chastine saw the way they looked at each other.
How Louise was always different when Devon was near, how she lingered when he read poetry aloud, how she softened when he spoke to her.
And so, when the Count decided that Devon must leave for boarding school, it was like tearing the very foundation from beneath them.
A lump formed in Sophie's throat. "What did she do?" "She said nothing," Estelle murmured.
She turned to her piano instead, as if music could shield her from the ache of his absence. But on the night before his departure, Devon gave her his most beloved dog, asking her to care for it, so that, in some way, he would still be with her.
Josephine sighed. "That's so romantic." Estelle gave a sad smile. "Perhaps. But love, when it cannot be spoken, becomes a quiet torment."
Every time Devon returned from his studies, they were drawn to each other again, only for him to leave once more.
And then, on his final visit, he did what everyone had expected all along, he asked for her hand in marriage. Sophie's breath caught.
"And?"
"There was joy," Estelle said for a moment, "there was pure, untainted happiness. They celebrated."
Everyone thought their story would have a happy ending, but the next morning, he left, and was never seen alive again.
A cold silence filled the room. Estelle looked towards the window and continued. "Once, love had mattered more than position.
It wasn't unusual for an earl's daughter to marry a farmer, to trade silks for wool, and take on the role of a wife in a modest home with happiness, without shame. There was an unspoken understanding that love was worth more than bloodlines," she sighed. "Over the past few years, though, something has shifted. The old ways, the rigid rules that everyone had once agreed were wrong, have crept back into society like ivy reclaiming a crumbling ruin.
Marriages became transactions again, love a mere indulgence for those who could afford it." Estelle pressed her lips together, chiding herself. This was not a story for the girls. It was wrong to make them think too much about what had been lost. They needed to believe in happy endings. "What happened?" Josephine finally asked. "No one knows," Estelle replied. "He was found dead."
Louise never spoke of what she believed happened, but she was never the same again.
Neither was her father. Already broken by grief, shut himself away once more.
Chastine tried to help, but nothing could reach him.
And that was when the Earl of Kimberley came into the picture. Sophie stiffened at the mention of her father.
"He was persistent," Estelle continued, her voice turning measured. "Louise explained her grief, refused him, over and over, but he would not give up. Your grandfather, seeing her reluctance, did not force her, but his own health had begun to fail.
And when he finally passed. She paused, watching as Sophie and Josephine leaned in, waiting. The Count had never updated his will. His entire estate, his title, his wealth, it all passed to his younger brother, a man Louise had never met. He had no interest in caring for her, and so she was left with nothing.
No home, no security. Just Chastine by her side.
Sophie swallowed.
She had no choice.
Estelle nodded. No, she married your father out of necessity, not love.
He took her to England, to a land unfamiliar, to a language she barely spoke.
Her only comfort was that Chastine was allowed to come with her, but even then, she had to be disguised as nothing more than a maid. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, as if trying to suppress the sadness that still lingered. They had a few years together. You three were born. And then, an accident took both your mother and Chastine from this world. Sophie clutched the miniature to her chest, her heart aching.
She had spent her entire life knowing so little of the woman who had brought her into the world now. She knew the tragedy that had shaped her, but it only left her with more sorrow.
She had been loved, once.
Truly, deeply loved.
And in the end, she had lost everything. Sophie turned to Estelle, her voice raw.
Do you think she was ever happy here? Estelle hesitated, then gave a small, bittersweet smile.
She found joy where she could. She had you and she had Chastine.
And sometimes, I think.
She found happiness in her memories. Even if they were only ghosts.
Sophie closed her eyes, letting the weight of the story settle over her.
Josephine's voice trembled. But what about Florence? I don't remember her not being in our lives. Estelle's expression darkened.
When the Earl returned from a trip to find his wife and Chastine dead and his daughters without a mother, he wasted no time. He remarried quickly, to a beautiful woman named Florence van der Hume.
He entrusted the care of his children to her. And well, here we are. A heavy silence filled the room.
Sophie looked down at the miniature, her vision blurred with tears.
She was beautiful. She was, Estelle whispered. And she loved you both more than anything. Chapter 9.
The grand festivities had come to an end, and the Earl and Countess, ever preoccupied with their social standing, had already turned their attention to the next great event. They busied themselves with preparations for their journey, barely noticing their daughters, who were once again left to their own devices. Each morning, as dawn's first light touched the castle's spires, the sisters rode out across the countryside. The cool air carried the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, and for those precious hours, they felt untethered from the weight of expectation. On the third morning, the sisters pressed on further than usual, riding for miles until they reached the fringes of a neighboring village and the eerie ruins of an old airfield.
Sophie urged her mare forward, her breath catching as she took in the crumbling remains. He had been here many times before, but it still unnerved her. The idea of being in the sky in metal tubes didn't sit right. How had the people gathered enough strength to do this without fainting from fear of falling out of the sky?
The scent of rust and decaying stone mingled with the crisp morning air, and her heart faltered at the sight. Outside what must have once been a bustling lounge for weary travelers, Antonio sat as if he belonged among the relics of a forgotten era. He lounged casually on a weathered bench, as though expecting a waitress to appear with a tray of refreshments.
His posture was relaxed yet watchful.
He had only been gone a little time since they had met and danced, yet it felt like a lifetime.
Sophie pulled her horse to a sudden stop, her breath momentarily stolen.
Antonio was watching her, his dark eyes shone with something unreadable. Nearby, Josephine, ever perceptive, cast Sophie a knowing glance. Without a word, she guided her own mount back toward a copse of trees, positioning herself at a discreet distance where she could keep a careful watch.
For just a moment, Sophie hesitated before dismounting.
The damp grass, cool beneath her riding boots, sent a shiver up her legs as she stepped toward him.
Her pulse quickened with every measured step. "My lord," she began, though her voice cracked.
"Please, call me Antonio,"
he urged, his voice warm and smooth like silk, wrapping around her like a whispered secret. She hesitated, testing the name on her tongue. Antonio. It felt right, grounding somehow, and a small smile tugged at her lips.
"I didn't think I'd see you again, she admitted softly, the words barely audible. His faint smile flickered.
I had no choice,
he said quietly.
They sent me away.
Sophie frowned as the words sank in who. He hesitated.
Your mother,
he answered,
on instruction of your father.
The words struck her like a sudden blow, as sharp as the cold morning air.
Though she had suspected as much. Her father was not a man to tolerate distractions, especially where his daughters were concerned. Then why are you here? She asked.
Because I couldn't stay away.
His voice was quiet.
I am embarrassed to admit, but I have thought of you every day.
A brief warmth spread through Sophie's chest, quickly shadowed by the weight of reality.
He looked nervous.
I needed to know, was I wrong to come here?
I'm glad you came back, Sophie's voice quieter than she intended. Heat rushed to her cheeks, blooming into a deep flush that she couldn't hide.
But how did you know to meet me here?
Antonio's lips curved into a knowing smile. He shifted his gaze meaningfully toward Josephine, who stood a few yards away, clearly within sight but just out of earshot. She was crouched near the edge of the cracked tarmac, plucking wildflowers with exaggerated interest as though she hadn't orchestrated the entire meeting.
Sophie blinked in surprise.
Josephine?
He chuckled, the sound rich and warm.
Your sister is quite persuasive. She wrote to me a rather spirited letter, I might add.
His tone turned mock serious.
She informed me that my disappearance was exceptionally rude, that you were sad beyond reason, and that if I had any shred of honor, I would return immediately to explain myself.
Sophie's eyes widened. She didn't.
Oh, she did.
He grinned.
I had no choice.
Despite herself, Sophie laughed, a light, melodic sound that mingled with the rustling leaves, and for a moment, the tension eased as she imagined Josephine's petulant scrawl and fierce determination.
She really is impossible sometimes. Antonio's gaze softened.
In the best way, though.
She took the seat next to him, the worn bench cool beneath her.
At first, their words were cautious, like the tentative steps of strangers unsure of the ground beneath them. But gradually, conversation flowed, easy, unhurried, and laughter bubbled between them as Antonio recounted Josephine's playful scoldings, while Sophie shook her head in affectionate disbelief. As the afternoon stretched on, their words deepened, touching on dreams and uncertainties. The light shifted, painting the ruins in hues of gold and amber, but neither seemed to notice. Antonio, what happened to your family?
Sophie asked in a moment of unrestrained curiosity. He stared out toward the distant horizon, where the sky met the remnants of a shattered world, and let out a hollow laugh.
Gone? My eldest brother, Tommaso, died first. A duel. Foolish pride. Next, Emilio, a fever took him in the winter. He burned for 3 days before he went still. His voice tightened at the memory. Then came the sea. A storm swallowed Pietro and Giovanni whole, their ship splintered like driftwood.
He paused, steadying his breath.
Sophie leaned in, her fingers finding his without hesitation.
Massimo, he was reckless, chased excitement like it was air. One night, he rode too fast. Too hard. The horse lost its footing. By the time they found him, his skull, he stopped himself. He never woke up. Then my beloved father died in his sleep. Some say peacefully. But I think he simply gave up.
He looked at her finally, his expression unreadable.
And that left me. The last Angoulême.
I'm sorry, Sophie whispered, the words barely audible above the murmur of the wind.
Don't be. The past does not change.
Their spell was broken by the sound of Josephine's voice, clear and direct, cutting through the hazy warmth that had settled around them.
It's getting late,
she called, brushing dirt from her skirt as she strode toward them with a mixture of urgency and triumph.
We need to return before we're missed. Sophie blinked, as though waking from a dream, the glow of the afternoon slipping from her grasp.
The air between her and Antonio suddenly shifted back to the present. Antonio stood, offering Sophie a hand with an easy grace.
Duty calls.
There was a flicker of reluctance in his expression. Yes, Sophie agreed softly, rising to her feet. Her fingers lingered in his, not wanting to let go, feeling the absence of warmth as he released her hand.
Josephine, clearly pleased with herself, smirked.
Come on then, lovebirds. She teased. I can't keep your reputations intact on my own. Sophie flushed but laughed, grateful for the reprieve from the weight of the moment.
Antonio chuckled, tipping an imaginary hat toward Josephine.
Ever the hero,
he said with mock solemnity. Will you come again? She asked, her voice betraying the hope she tried to suppress.
Antonio's eyes softened, a flicker of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth.
Tomorrow,
he promised quietly.
At noon.
Turning to Josephine with a flourish of practiced elegance, my lady.
Josephine, ever the performer, bobbed a quick, exaggerated curtsy.
My lord.
She replied, her eyes sparkling mischievously.
Sophie groaned, unable to hide her amusement. Honestly, she muttered under her breath.
As Antonio turned back, she instinctively leaned closer. The space between them seemed to contract until his warm exhale brushed her cheek like a shared secret.
My lady,
he murmured, his voice low and deep, rich with something unspoken.
Her heart slammed against her ribs, a betraying rush of warmth flooding through her. My lord. She whispered, her voice husky and unsteady. He lingered, his breath catching just enough for her to notice. Their eyes locked.
Finally, with a grin, Antonio stepped back.
Careful, Lady Sophie,
he said softly, teasing yet unmistakably earnest.
That tone suits you all too well.
Sophie's laugh broke the tension, light and breathless, but it did nothing to douse the heat swirling between them.
The ladies mounted their horses, the ruins fading behind them as they rode back in silence toward the distant silhouette of the castle, the golden hues of sunset stretching across the horizon.
Though they left the airfield, Sophie knew something had shifted, something quietly and irrevocably changed between them.
As the days passed, the bond between Sophie and Antonio deepened.
Each afternoon beneath the crumbling watchtower, they spoke of dreams and uncertainties. Sophie learnt of Antonio's travels, his struggles, and his quiet determination to carve his own destiny. In turn, Sophie confided her own longing, a desire to break free from the castle's cold, confining walls.
He was kind, thoughtful, and unpretentious. And she was falling in love.
Josephine, ever the vigilant sister, noticed the light in Sophie's eyes whenever she spoke of him.
You must be careful,
she warned one evening, her voice low against the distant clamor of the castle's evening bustle.
If father finds out.
I know, Sophie whispered, though the thought of losing these fleeting, tender moments was unbearable.
On one secret afternoon, while Sophie was with Antonio, Josephine wandered the estate alone, keeping out of sight.
The sun hung low, casting long, golden shadows over the manicured lawns. She drifted aimlessly, her mind filled with the gentle hum of thoughts, until, quite unexpectedly, she saw him again.
The dog.
He wasn't where he usually appeared, near the lake or the edges of the gardens. No, today he stood by the staff quarters, a scattering of cottages in an informal circle.
Each with a small garden out front filled with fruit trees and vines. She had always found these enchanting and secretly wished she could live here, away from the main house in quiet contentment.
Yet there he was, the dog, standing still in the half-light of the day as though he belonged there. She wondered if this was his home, had he belonged to one of the farmers?
He stood watching her intently.
Josephine felt a shiver run down her spine.
The feeling was odd, something she couldn't quite name, like she was intruding on his space. A door opening made the dog turn his head. They both glanced up, but no one came out.
Cautiously, she stepped back, her boots crunching softly on scattered pebbles, determined not to disturb this quiet moment. The dog turned to look at her, his amber eyes meeting hers for a brief, silent second.
There was something in those eyes, not quite sadness, but a quiet longing, a yearning for something Josephine couldn't quite grasp.
Do you know something I don't?
She whispered softly.
In response, the dog turned, and padded silently away. Josephine stood frozen for a moment, watching him retreat.
She questioned following the animal but had to go to meet Sophie.
The initial shock faded, an unbearable sorrow took its place, settling deep into her chest. Tears welled in her eyes as the reality of her fate became clear. She was to be married to a man whose very presence filled her with dread.
She could not bear it. Desperate for solace, she ran to find Estelle.
The moment Sophie saw her, she broke down, her sobs echoing through the dimly lit room.
Estelle, who had long understood the Earl's cruelty, pulled Sophie into a gentle embrace.
"My dear girl," she whispered, stroking Sophie's hair.
"I feared this day would come." Sophie clung to her, her voice thick with despair. "He is a monster, Estelle. My future will be a prison."
The older woman sighed, her own sorrow evident.
"You must be strong. We will find a way." Sophie clenched her fists. She and Antonio were falling in love, she knew it, but love had never been enough in her father's world. Estelle, ever practical, knew that open defiance would be dangerous. "Do not let them see your anger," she warned gently. "You must remain composed while we search for a solution." But Sophie felt trapped, helpless.
Though she had spent her life obeying her father's will, the idea of binding herself to Lord Harbour was unbearable. And so, with each passing moment, her mind turned to the only option she had left.
She had to find a way out.
Chapter 11. When Antonio's father passed unexpectedly last year, the title of Earl was thrust upon him like a heavy cloak he never wished to bear. The weight of duty on his shoulders with the fate of an entire estate and the lives of thousands of good, hard-working people now rested solely in his hands.
It was a burden for which he had never been prepared, but one he could not shirk.
He had spent his youth working alongside the people of his father's lands, listening to their whispered struggles in the soft glow of dawn, earning their trust in the heat of long summer days, and learning the gentle, enduring rhythms of their daily lives. Titles and politics had never stirred his heart. Given the choice, he would have preferred the earthy scent of freshly tilled soil to the perfumed halls of aristocracy.
But choice was a luxury that circumstances had cruelly stripped away. His mother, ever pragmatic, had made that clear.
This is where alliances are forged, fortunes secured, and futures decided.
She had reminded him, urging him toward the social season. Antonio had expected nothing from these gatherings, just another parade of empty pleasantries and strategic smiles. But then he saw Sophie.
The ball was a blur of shimmering gowns and music, but Sophie stood apart, luminous under the flicker of candlelight.
Her eyes gleamed with curiosity and defiance.
Later, beneath the stars, they shared a moment of quiet wonder.
The afternoons at the airfield were fleeting yet unforgettable. Sophie captivated him entirely. Unlike the women he met before, she was sharp-witted, vibrant, and unafraid to speak her mind.
Antonio, who had never sought love, found himself utterly and unexpectedly smitten. He had chuckled at the irony. His mother had urged him for years to find a suitable match, but none had ever touched his heart. Then, in a single evening, Sophie changed everything.
He couldn't wait to introduce the two women to each other. He had already written a simple note to his mother. "I have found love."
Those few words, written in the quiet intimacy of his study, carried the full weight of his newfound conviction. So, when news of her engagement to Lord Henry Harbour reached him, Antonio's resolve hardened like frost on a winter window. He could not stand idly by while her future was bartered away.
With his heart pounding and determination hard as steel, Antonio sought out the Earl of Kimberley.
He did not come as a desperate suitor but as a man deeply in love. He spoke with unflinching conviction, promising to honor and cherish Sophie, not just to give her a title, but to forge a partnership grounded in respect and devotion.
But the Earl did not listen.
The disdain was clear the moment Antonio began to speak.
To Kimberley, love was irrelevant.
Wealth, power, and control were the only currencies that mattered. Lord Harbour was everything the Earl desired in a son-in-law, a man conveniently aligned with his ambitions. Antonio's heartfelt plea was dismissed as an insult, leaving him with the bitter realization that the battle for Sophie's future would not be won with words alone. He stood up to the Earl, insisting that Sophie have the choice. It was her right, but the Earl's response sickened him.
Kimberley had spat, his face twisting in fury. "You think your affection matters in this decision? Sophie is my daughter, and I will decide her future." Antonio's hands clenched into fists. "She deserves happiness, not to be bartered like a commodity. I can offer her a future where she is respected, not owned."
Kimberley leaned back in his chair, a slow, cruel smirk curling his lips.
"Happiness? You speak like a child playing at romance, as if love has any place in matters of consequence. Sophie is a girl. A foolish, headstrong girl whose feelings are of no concern to me. She will marry Lord Harbour, and she will do so because I command it. That is all that matters."
Antonio's breath hitched. The callousness in the Earl's voice sent a wave of revulsion through him.
"You speak of her as if she is nothing. She is your daughter."
The Earl scoffed, his words dripping with contempt.
"And what does that mean to me? My daughter has value only in the alliances she can secure. You think she is some great beauty, who has bewitched you, but she is just another piece on the board. Do not delude yourself into thinking she is special, least of all to you."
At these words, Antonio felt his body tense, each nerve alight with anger, his skin prickling as though stung by ice.
How could a father speak of his own child this way?
Sophie, with all her light, her warmth, her unshaken spirit, reduced to nothing in the eyes of the man who should protect her.
Kimberly's expression darkened further.
"And you, boy, are nothing more than a lovesick fool.
You inherited a title you were never meant to have, and you wear it like a child dressed in a king's robes.
You think you can challenge me?
Demand something from me?
You lack the fortune, the influence, and the standing to make demands of anyone, let alone me.
Lord Harbour is the future I have chosen, and you are nothing more than a momentary distraction in a silly girl's childhood. I will not tolerate your foolish fantasies any longer."
Antonio's blood burned hot with indignation, but he knew that further argument would only fan the flames of the Earl's wrath.
The Earl's mind was set.
Then came the final, crushing blow as his voice dropped to a venomous whisper.
"Leave this castle and do not return.
If I hear even a whisper of you near Sophie again, I will ensure you regret it."
I care nothing for your feelings, nor for hers. She will obey me, just as you will." Antonio had expected resistance, but the sheer cruelty of the rejection struck deeper than he had anticipated. Sophie's own father spoke of her as though she were nothing, no more than a trinket to be sold. The injustice of it burnt in his chest, but he knew he could not fight the Earl here, not now. Still, as he turned to leave, he made himself a promise. This was not over.
Florence pressed herself against the door, ears straining to catch every word of Antonio and the Earl's heated argument. Every sharp retort, every rising note of anger, sent a thrill through her. When Antonio finally stormed out, his footsteps echoing down the hall, she let out a slow breath and turned, leaning against the door with a satisfied smile.
Across the room, Josephine stood frozen. She had watched her stepmother all along, watched her revel in the conflict, delighting in the chaos.
A chill ran through her.
Florence wasn't just listening. She was enjoying every moment of it.
Josephine ran, breathless, her heart pounding in her chest.
She had to tell.
But when she reached Sophie, the words felt like knives on her tongue. Sophie waited anxiously, clinging to a fragile hope that love and honor might still sway her father.
That Antonio might somehow be allowed to stay. But as Josephine uttered the words, "He's been banished," she saw the light in Sophie's eyes fade. It was like watching her sister's heart shatter.
Her eyes filled, her vision blurred. Sophie had dared to dream of a future where love triumphed. And now, her one chance at happiness was being ripped away before her very eyes. Papa was supposed to love Sophie. Maybe not in the same way Antonio did, but in the way fathers were meant to love their daughters.
The way fathers were supposed to protect them. He always told Josephine that family mattered more than anything, that they must always do what was right. But how could this be?
He had sent Antonio away like he was nothing. He was an earl, just like her father. He came from a good family who had suffered such bad luck, but through this he had come, acted the gentleman he was, shown nothing but respect, and for this he was cast aside like the scraps on your plate. Realization hit hard. He didn't care, maybe, never cared about his daughters.
And yet, here she was. A pawn in a game she never agreed to play. Her father was wrong. Sophie lifted her chin, forcing back the sting of helplessness.
No. If her father wanted to pretend they were living in some bygone era, where daughters were commodities and love was a foolish indulgence, then let him.
But she would not play her part. He had underestimated her. He thought that she would crumble, that she would resign herself to the fate he had carved out for her. But he was wrong. She might be trapped, but she was not broken. Not yet. Her heart pounded as the idea took shape. Escape. It was madness. A single misstep could ruin her.
She had no plan, no allies, nowhere to go.
But what was the alternative?
A life spent at the mercy of a man she did not love, trapped in a gilded cage of her father's making? No.
She refused.
Sophie unclenched her fists, flexing her fingers as if shaking off invisible chains.
What had Estelle said?
Something about women choosing love and lived happy lives?
Then she would be one of them. She would leave.
She would find Antonio and pray he would take her, that their love had not been shattered beyond repair.
But if he didn't, if he was truly lost to her, then she would carve out her own path, far from her father's grasp. But escape required patience.
For now, she would play her part, nod when expected, smile when necessary.
She had a little time left, and she would use every moment wisely.
Because when the chance came, she would not hesitate.
She would be free. Chapter 12.
Antonio's hands curled into fists as he stormed away from the great hall, his heart pounding with rage and desperation.
The Earl's words echoed in his mind, sharp as a blade. You inherited a title you were never meant to have, and you wear it like a child dressed in a king's robes. He should have expected it.
He should have known a man like that would never allow Sophie to choose her own future.
But knowing didn't soften the blow.
His love had been dismissed, his presence erased, his very existence banished from these walls as though he were a mere inconvenience.
But he wasn't done. Antonio wasn't leaving without a fight.
Slipping through the dim corridors, he moved like a shadow, careful to avoid the guards stationed near the entrance. He needed to reach Philippe, but he couldn't risk being caught before they could talk.
With a plan forming, Antonio scribbled a quick note on a torn piece of parchment. Philippe, meet me at the inn. He found a boy sweeping near the main hall, and pressed the note into his hands. Deliver this to Philippe, no one else. The boy nodded, darting off without a word.
Antonio paced the empty back room, each second dragging painfully. Though years had passed since his last visit, the familiar scent of old ink and parchment lingered in the air, stirring distant memories.
There was a time when he had briefly entertained the idea of becoming a teacher. His mentor, an esteemed educator, had invited him to England to assist in teaching at a respected school.
Philippe had been one of the boys then, a spirited, clever student whose mischief was matched only by his fierce loyalty.
His gaze drifted to the wooden desk in the corner, its surface still scarred by knife scratches from the day Philippe had defiantly carved his initials into it. Antonio's lips quirked into a faint smile at the memory, tempered by the weight of the present moment. The door creaked open. Antonio turned sharply, heart hammering. Philippe stepped inside, his face tense. Sir, I don't have much time.
Antonio's voice was low, urgent.
Sophie is in danger. Your father will ruin her life. Philippe's expression darkened.
He shut the door firmly behind him.
You think I don't know that? His voice was barely a whisper. He's told her to stay in her chambers until the day of her wedding. Antonio's stomach twisted. He had imagined her suffering, but not this. Not complete isolation. Then help me. Antonio stepped closer. Help me get her out before it's too late.
Philippe's jaw clenched, conflict flickering across his face. He had spent his life obeying his father, bowing to duty, to expectation.
But Sophie, his sister, deserved better than this.
Finally, after a long, agonizing pause, he gave a single nod. Tell me your thoughts. Chapter 13.
Sophie was losing track of time.
The days blurred into an endless cycle of shadow and muted light filtering through heavy drapes. She no longer knew how long it had been since she'd last seen Estelle or her siblings, perhaps weeks. The only people who entered her chamber were silent staff who moved like ghosts, their faces averted as they placed trays of food or tidied the room.
They never lingered, vanishing as quickly as they arrived.
Sophie's attempts to speak to them were met with mumbled apologies and hurried exits.
Her body ached from pacing, her mind from scheming.
She pressed her ear against the heavy wooden door, straining for any sounds beyond the thick stone walls.
Silence.
The stale air was thick with dust and neglect, her throat dry as the single candle on the rickety table flickered weakly, casting shadows against damp walls.
The scrape of a key in the lock jolted her upright. She stood by the unlit fire, waiting. A nervous young maid entered carrying a wooden tray.
She couldn't have been older than 15, her wide eyes darting around the room.
Sophie took a tentative step forward, keeping her voice low. "Please," she whispered. "I need your help." The maid flinched, gripping the tray tighter. I'm just here to leave your supper, miss." "What's your name?" Sophie asked, gently. The girl hesitated. "Mary." "Mary," Sophie repeated softly. "I don't belong here. The Earl's made a mistake. If you help me, no harm will come to you, I swear it."
Mary shook her head violently, strands of brown hair slipping from her cap.
"You don't understand," she whispered, voice trembling. "He'll know, he always knows." Her eyes flickered to the open door as though expecting the Earl to materialize. Sophie's heart raced. "He won't find out," she urged. "Just pass a message to my sister, nothing more. No one will know it was you." Mary's hands shook as she set the tray on the table. I can't," she stammered. "Please, don't ask me again." Sophie pressed a folded slip of paper into the girl's hand. "Please,"
she mouthed. Mary's eyes widened in panic.
Shaking her head once more. "I'm sorry," she whispered before fleeing toward the door.
It slammed shut behind her, the key turning in the lock with a finality that echoed through the room. Sophie stood motionless, her pulse thudding in her ears.
She had tried kindness. It hadn't worked. Next time, she would have to be smarter.
The sun shone brightly over the estate, but to Josephine, the day felt hollow, tainted by unease. The warm breeze carried the scent of late summer roses, yet the beauty of the grounds was lost on her.
Sophie was locked away, and Estelle had been banished to the staff quarters. The castle, once familiar, now felt cold and oppressive.
Walking beside Philippe along the gravel path, Josephine clasped her hands tightly to stop their trembling. To anyone watching, they appeared to be enjoying a leisurely stroll, a brother and sister basking in the afternoon sun.
But every step was heavy, laden with unspoken tension. She couldn't bear it any longer.
Turning her head slightly to ensure no one was near enough to overhear, she whispered urgently. "Philippe, please, we can't let this happen."
"Sophie is our sister. We have to do something." Philippe kept his gaze forward, his expression carefully composed. "Father knows what's best."
His voice deliberately loud enough to carry to any nearby ears.
Josephine flinched, anger rising swiftly. How could he say that?
Was he truly so willing to let Sophie rot in that room?
But just as she was about to pull away in frustration, she felt it, the briefest brush of his fingers against hers. A silent message. Then, in a whisper almost swallowed by the rustling leaves. "Do not lose hope." Her breath caught. She glanced at him, but his face remained unreadable, perfectly schooled.
Yet something shifted inside her, an understanding.
"Yes, I know," she said, louder than intended. "I just miss her, that's all." "Of course."
Philippe played along smoothly. "But it is the way of life, we grow, we move on."
"Yes," she repeated bitterly. "For the best." Her heart hammered as determination flickered to life. "If you're planning something," she whispered, "I want to be part of it." Philippe shook his head, still not meeting her eyes.
"No." Anger flared.
"Philippe, she's my sister too. I won't just stand by." "Josephine." His voice was quiet but firm.
He glanced at her briefly, dark eyes sharp with warning.
"You must stay out of this."
"Why?"
she demanded.
"Because your life, your future, hangs by a thread. If father suspects you're involved, he'll destroy any chance you have." Josephine's throat tightened.
"You think he'd go that far?"
Philippe exhaled slowly, his fingers flexing at his sides.
"I know he would." A shiver ran through her. He had always known their father was ruthless, but hearing Philippe say it made it all the more real. For now, she would have to trust him.
Josephine's thoughts raced as she returned to her chambers.
Frustration simmered beneath her skin. She hated feeling powerless, hated pretending everything was fine while Sophie suffered just a few doors beyond her own.
As she entered, a young maid hurriedly smoothed the bedsheets, head bowed low. At the sound of Josephine's approach, the girl flinched.
"My lady," she stammered. "Forgive me, I didn't mean to be in the way."
"It's quite all right," Josephine reassured her gently.
"You're not in trouble?"
The maid nodded but didn't meet her eyes, working faster as though eager to leave. Josephine watched, curiosity prickling as the girl hesitated near the writing desk. Josephine stood motionless as the maid leaned in, her voice barely a breath.
"Meet below the dawn." Then, just as quickly, she withdrew. The whispered words echoed in Josephine's mind. It was impossible.
No one should have known that phrase, except Sophie.
Her pulse pounded as memories rushed back.
When they were children, their old nursery had a small storeroom tucked away at the back, hidden behind a heavy wooden door. It had once been filled with trunks of outgrown clothes and forgotten toys, but for Sophie and Josephine, it had been something more, a secret refuge. The storeroom had a single, narrow window overlooking the balconies of their bedrooms. On restless nights, they had climbed across the stone ledges to slip inside, whispering secrets in hushed voices while Estelle in the playroom kept watch to see if the girls came out of their rooms.
Their father had never known. No one had. And now Sophie was calling her there again.
At 11 p.m. Josephine forced herself to move, hurrying down the dimly lit corridor, careful to keep her steps light. She reached her old room, locking the door behind her before stepping onto the balcony.
A cold gust of wind sent a shiver through her as she peered across the gap.
The storeroom window loomed in the darkness, just as it always had. Josephine wasted no time.
She hoisted herself over the railing, steadying herself before making the careful climb. The stone was cold beneath her fingers, the path one they had taken so many times before, but never like this. Never with so much at stake.
When she reached the window, Sophie was already there, waiting.
Her face was pale, her eyes wide with urgency. "You came," Sophie whispered, relief flooding her. "Of course I did,"
Josephine breathed, slipping inside.
She reached for her sister, holding on tight. When they pulled apart, Sophie searched her sister's face. "Tell me what's happening. No one will speak to me. I don't know anything." Josephine hesitated, casting a glance toward the door before lowering her voice. "Things are in motion," she murmured. "That's all I can say, but you are not alone, Sophie, remember that."
It wasn't enough, it wasn't nearly enough, but Sophie could see the warning in her sister's eyes.
Josephine knew something.
She just couldn't risk saying it aloud. Even here, in the supposed safety of her room, someone might be listening.
A shiver ran down Sophie's spine. She wanted to demand more, to push for answers, but instead, she swallowed her frustration and nodded. "Then I'll be ready," she whispered.
Josephine took her hand, giving it a firm squeeze.
"We both will." A silent promise passed between them. Whatever came next, whatever dangers lay ahead, they would face them together.
Chapter 14. It was early, too early for the estate to have fully stirred awake.
But Josephine had to move.
The walls of her bedroom felt as though they were pressing in around her, the air thick with a suffocating weight. Outside the kitchen door, the dog waited, its dark silhouette blending into the morning shadows. As soon as she stepped out, it perked up, ears alert, tail wagging in gentle anticipation.
Something about the creature unsettled her, but still, she followed. The morning stretched around them, the air still heavy with the last remnants of night.
The sky was pale, streaked with soft gold where the sun had begun to rise. The dog moved swiftly, slipping through a broken panel in the gatehouse, a structure at the end of the long, winding driveway.
Every guest passed through this place, but few ever stopped to notice it. Josephine hesitated at the threshold. This was further than she should go.
Yet, something unseen, something unshakable, pulled her forward.
Inside, the air was heavy with dust.
Pale sunlight slanted through the cracked wooden beams, casting faint streaks across the stone floor.
And there, lying half buried in dust, was something that made her breath catch. A dog collar.
Worn, weathered, forgotten. Josephine crouched down, brushing away the dust as her fingers traced over the engraved nameplate.
Lucas.
The name sent a shock through her, like a half-remembered dream surfacing from the depths of her mind.
Lucas. Lucas. A boy's voice echoed in her memory, high with excitement.
Lucas. Lucas, come here, boy.
Philippe.
Josephine gasped, her eyes snapping back to the dog. It watched her in silent understanding, head tilted slightly, waiting.
Sophie had been right. A lump formed in her throat.
The truth pressed heavy against her chest, too much to carry alone.
There was only one person she trusted with this, Estelle.
Still clutching the collar, she turned on her heel and walked, the dog padding quietly beside her. When Estelle opened her door to find Josephine standing there, barefoot, dressed only in her nightshirt, with the dog at her side, her face paled.
Josephine hesitated before speaking. The dog. Her voice hushed. It belonged to Mother, didn't it?
Estelle inhaled sharply, her hand hovering near her chest as though bracing herself.
When she spoke, her voice was barely more than a whisper. Lucas. Oh child.
She exhaled shakily, pressing her fingers against her temples. He was your mother's constant companion.
Always at her side. When she was gone, your father couldn't bear the sight of him.
He gave orders for the dog to be taken away.
We thought he had died.
Josephine tightened her grip on the collar, the weight of the past pressing against her ribs. The dog, Lucas, sat patiently beside her, as though waiting for a decision to be made.
Estelle looked at them both, something shifting in her expression. A resolution. Take him to the stables, she said gently.
Make a space for him there. The stables were quiet, the air thick with the scent of hay and horses. Josephine moved through the dim light, her fingers trailing along the wooden stalls as she searched for the right spot. A vacant stall near the back, unused for years, seemed right.
She fetched an old blanket, shaking the dust from it before laying it down.
Lucas watched her, his dark eyes steady, as if recognizing what she was doing.
As if he had been waiting for this moment.
When she finished, she crouched beside him, running her fingers through his thick fur. He leaned into her touch, warm and solid, and something in her chest loosened. She remembered Sophie's words, love endures.
Even when abandoned, even when lost, it finds a way back. She had refused to believe it then, but now she understood. Love doesn't disappear. It lingers, like the scent of roses in the garden long after the petals have fallen.
Lucas shifted, resting his head on her knee. She smiled, her fingers threading through his fur.
For the first time, she truly understood.
Chapter 15.
The moon hung low in the sky, casting pale light through the small, narrow window of Sophie's chamber. It was nearly impossible to tell the time, but Sophie knew it was close to midnight.
The house, vast and echoing, lay still and quiet, as though the walls themselves held their breath.
Sophie waited, the seconds dragging. Trapped in this gilded cage, where the walls closed in, her own living tomb.
The only time she managed to breathe properly was those fleeting hours when she slipped past the guard in the early hours before the house roused itself from slumber.
Soon she would leave again. See Josephine once more, desperate to know what was happening. Her eyes darted to her door, where a shadow had fell still on the floor.
The kindly old man, Thomas, stood there, his head bowed as though in sleep. He was a quiet presence in the household, the type who had seen enough to know when to turn a blind eye. Thomas was more than just a member of staff, he was her ally in this quiet war.
The last night she'd met Josephine as she passed his sleeping frame, she had seen his eyes flicker open, then after the briefest recognition he had closed them once more. She knew from then that they shared an unwritten agreement, a silent understanding.
While her father's eyes were turned elsewhere, Thomas would pretend to sleep while Sophie snuck out, always back before the household stirred.
A small glimmer of hope bubbled in Sophie's chest as she smoothed the folds of her dress. She could almost taste the freedom that waited for her. Philippe had been working on something, she knew it. What, exactly, she couldn't say, but his words had been laced with quiet confidence when they met a few nights ago. Soon, she would escape this prison, far away from the oppressive walls of her father's estate.
There would be no more watching from the shadows, no more false smiles and empty promises. She would build a new life, one with Antonio.
But how? When?
The question spun in her mind, and she found herself imagining all the ways she might escape. Perhaps a carriage in the dead of night, swift and silent, sweeping her away toward a hidden life.
Or maybe he would throw her onto the back of his horse and ride under the cover of darkness, never to return.
The fantasies were vivid, too real, and yet they were only that, fantasies.
Her heart raced at the thought of it, but the sound of a distant clock chiming broke her reverie. It was midnight. The moment had arrived.
She moved swiftly, silently, crossing the floor toward the door, the faintest of sounds under her feet.
The house was still asleep, but time was running out.
Just as she reached for the handle, the door slammed open. She stumbled back and fell onto the cold floor. A rush of icy dread shot through Sophie's veins as the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Before she could make sense of the chaos, the guards filled her room.
Their faces were stone, impassive.
The sight of them made Sophie's stomach drop, her heart pounded against her chest like a wild animal trying to escape.
Estelle was thrown into the room with a force that knocked her to the ground.
Sophie gasped, as she scrambled to her feet, but she barely had time to process the sight before the guards were on her, roughly tying her hands behind her back, their movements sharp and practiced.
"Don't scream," one of them hissed, his breath foul against her ear. "It won't help."
Sophie's breath hitched in her throat, but she didn't fight.
It happened so fast. The terror that seized her was too overwhelming. They were so sure of themselves. Within moments, she and Estelle were bound, unable to scream or move.
The guards dragged them through the halls, their heavy footsteps echoing like the toll of a bell. As they were pushed through the grand corridors, Sophie's mind was in a haze, struggling to keep up with the events unfolding.
Her heart pounded in her chest, as though it might burst.
The feeling of betrayal was sharp and cold, a wound that cut deep. It didn't take long before they were standing before the Earl of Kimberley in the reception hall. His cold, calculating eyes met Sophie's, and in that instant, she knew.
Someone had betrayed them. Her father's face, always so composed, was twisted into something darker now. His eyes were narrowed, his lips pressed tight into a thin line.
The disappointment on his face was like a weight pressing down on Sophie's chest, suffocating her.
"I see you've been busy, my dear."
His voice a low, dangerous whisper.
"Did you really think you could slip away like some harlot in the night without consequence?"
Sophie's stomach twisted. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. The sense of betrayal was overwhelming. Who had done this to them? Who had sold them out? Her eyes flicked to Estelle, whose face was pale with fear, and then back to her father.
She wanted to scream, to demand answers, but the words died in her throat.
Whatever hope she had clung to was fading, slipping through her fingers like sand. "Take them away,"
her father commanded, his tone final, cruel.
As the guards stepped forward, Sophie's gaze locked with his, and in that moment, she understood, her fragile dream had shattered. The room felt suffocating, the air thick with tension. Sophie's wrists ached from the bindings, but she barely noticed.
Her mind was reeling, grasping at any possible way to undo this disaster. Antonio.
He was walking into a trap, and there was nothing she could do to warn him. "Father," she pleaded.
The Earl's piercing gaze bore into her, searching for any flicker of weakness.
"You disappoint me, Sophie,"
he said coldly.
"Did you think love would save you? That it would free you from your duty?"
He leaned forward, his fingers tightening around the carved arms of his chair.
"You are my daughter, and you will obey."
Sophie clenched her jaw.
She refused to break. The Earl's lip curled in disgust at her silence. He turned his attention to Estelle, who sat trembling beside her.
"And you?"
he sneered.
"Who forgets her place? You aided my daughter in this treachery."
Estelle flinched but held her head high, refusing to cower.
The Earl rose to his feet, his movements deliberate and slow.
"I do not abide betrayal."
He gestured to the guards.
"Take them to the West Wing. Lock them in separate rooms. Let them consider the consequences of their actions."
"No."
Sophie's voice rang out before she could stop herself.
She lurched forward, but rough hands grabbed her, pulling her away.
"Please, she did nothing wrong."
The Earl smirked.
"Then you can tell me everything now, and I might show mercy."
Sophie bit her lip so hard she tasted blood.
I thought not.
With a flick of his wrist, the guards dragged them to the door.
Estelle cast a terrified glance over her shoulder, but Sophie could do nothing, only watch as her father's cold, satisfied stare followed them. As she was hauled down the corridor, Sophie's mind screamed at her to act, to fight, to find a way out.
She had to reach Antonio.
He was out there, unaware of the danger closing in on him. Chapter 16. Antonio had waited by the edge of the castle grounds, his pulse quickening with anticipation. Unaware that at that moment Sophie was being dragged down the corridors away from her father. He waited here every night in case Philippe was able to get a message out to him.
He should have left a while back but lingered tonight. Antonio's senses sharpened the instant he saw the figures emerging from the shadows.
There was no time to flee, nor would he have.
He reached for the dagger at his hip just as the first assailant lunged.
Steel flashed in the moonlight.
Antonio twisted, dodging the initial strike, and drove his fist into the man's ribs.
A grunt of pain, then another attacker closed in. Antonio pivoted, blocking a swing aimed for his head with the hilt of his blade before slashing outward, catching the man's arm.
The scent of blood filled the air. A third man grabbed him from behind, locking an arm around his throat.
Antonio slammed his elbow back, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone as his attacker reeled.
There were too many of them. A sword arc toward his side. He barely managed to deflect it, but the impact sent him stumbling. Boots thundered against the earth as more men surged forward.
Antonio fought like a man possessed, ducking, weaving, striking with precision.
He knocked one to the ground, then another.
He didn't see the third man until a blow caught his ribs, another struck his jaw. He tasted the metallic liquid fill his mouth and spat it out. He ignored the pain, vision narrowing to a singular purpose, reaching Sophie.
A cry of rage tore from his throat as he surged forward. His dagger found purchase in another man's shoulder, but before he could press on, an armored fist crashed against his temple. The world tilted. Antonio staggered, his knees buckling. His dagger was wrenched from his grasp. He tried to rise, but another blow sent him to the dirt. Darkness crept at the edges of his vision.
Through the haze, he caught a final glimpse of the castle.
Antonio woke to the sharp sting of cold water splashed over his face.
He gasped, instinctively jerking forward, but rough hands shoved him back against the damp stone wall.
His head throbbed, the metallic taste of blood coating his tongue.
The dimly lit chamber reeked of mildew and stale air. Iron bars framed the small cell, a cruel cage beneath the castle he had once dreamed of taking Sophie far away from. A figure loomed in the doorway.
The Earl of Kimberley. Antonio straightened, forcing himself to meet the man's gaze despite the ache that pulsed through his skull.
"You overestimate yourself, boy."
Stepping closer, the Earl continued.
"Did you truly believe you could steal my daughter away under my very nose?
That I would allow such
foolishness?"
Antonio's jaw clenched, but kept quiet.
The Earl studied him with disdain, pacing leisurely in front of him.
"You are nothing,
Antonio, no wealth, no standing."
He smirked.
"Did you think that Sophie's affections would somehow elevate you beyond what you are?"
Antonio's fists curled at his sides, but the guards flanking him shifted, reminding him that any act of defiance would be met with force.
The Earl leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper.
"You will never have her, I will see to it myself."
Antonio's blood ran cold. The Earl straightened, his expression unreadable.
"Get rid of him."
Antonio fought against the hands that grabbed him, but weakened and restrained, he could do nothing. As he was dragged further into the darkness, one thought consumed him.
Sophie.
He had to get to her. He had to escape. The next morning, Estelle found herself dismissed from service. No reason given. No chance to plead her case.
One moment, she was arranging linens in the laundry room, and the next, she was being led through the great hall with nothing but a single satchel of belongings, her future torn away in an instant. Josephine stormed into the corridor, her breath shallow, her hands clutching desperately at Estelle's arm.
"Please, don't leave me." Her voice cracked, raw and trembling with fear. Estelle turned, her heart splintering as she looked into Josephine's tear-streaked face. "I have no choice, little one."
Her voice was gentle but firm, though it wavered at the edges. She smoothed a hand over Josephine's tangled curls, pressing a lingering kiss to her forehead.
Be strong.
The guards flanking Estelle cleared their throats, shifting impatiently.
Time had run out.
Josephine shook her head violently.
They can't do this, she sobbed. It's not fair, you've done nothing wrong.
Her voice echoed through the narrow corridor, a desperate plea against the injustice tightening its grip around them.
Estelle's own resolve faltered, but she forced herself to stand tall. Life isn't always fair, she said softly. But you must promise me, you'll stay strong, you'll fight for what's right, for what matters. Josephine clung to her one last time, fingers digging into the rough wool of Estelle's cloak. Don't leave me,
she whispered again, but the guard's iron grip pried her away.
Estelle's throat tightened painfully as she was led through the towering gates.
The heavy iron groaned against its hinges, and the cold morning air bit at her skin.
Each step felt like a severing blow, a tearing away of everything she'd come to cherish. She mounted the waiting horse, the leather saddle stiff and unforgiving beneath her.
A bitter wind swept through the courtyard, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and distant ash.
Turning one last time, Estelle cast a final look over her shoulder.
High above, Josephine stood at the frost-veiled window, her small hands pressed against the glass. Her breath fogged the pane, obscuring the sight of Estelle's fading silhouette as it dissolved into the misty remnants of a world still healing from its past.
Josephine had never felt so alone.
The echoing halls of the castle swallowed the warmth Estelle had left behind, replacing it with a hollow silence. The once vibrant corridors now loomed dark and oppressive, their shadows stretching like greedy fingers across polished floors. For all the luxury surrounding her, the draped silks and gleaming chandeliers, nothing could fill the void Estelle's departure left in her heart. Sophie's world shrank to a cold, unyielding cell. Gone were the velvet drapes and carved wooden furniture of the castle. Now, she was surrounded by nothing but rough stone and the echo of her own breath. The old prison sat miles from the castle, an abandoned relic of a time when justice was swift and merciless. It was a square, featureless block of grey stone, its thick walls scarred by time and weather, looming against the barren landscape like a tomb. Inside, the air was thick with dampness, the scent of mildew and decay clinging to the crumbling mortar. The corridors whispered with draughts that slithered through cracks in the stone, carrying the distant drip of water and the scurrying of unseen vermin. Sophie's cell was a barren pit of despair. A narrow slit of a window, too high to reach, let in only the faintest trace of moonlight, casting jagged shadows against the walls. The only furniture was a wooden cot, its frame warped with age, and a rusted iron ring bolted into the floor, an ominous reminder of the prison's past.
The straw mattress beneath her was damp, filling the air with the scent of rot. No one had spoken to her since she was thrown inside. No news came. The Earl of Kimberley's punishment had been swift and merciless.
She had been wrenched from the castle before dawn, driven in a rattling carriage along the desolate road, and cast into this forgotten place, where not even Philippe could reach her.
Her only visitor was Countess Florence.
The woman entered the cell as if she was strolling through a garden, her gown trailing behind her, unbothered by the filth of the prison.
How tragic, she murmured, feigning sympathy. Sophie's blood ran cold. It was Florence. She was the betrayer. Florence stepped closer, her lips curving into a cruel smile. Did you truly think you would be happy with that boy child? Antonio was never yours, Sophie. He never will be.
Sophie met her gaze, her voice steady despite the terror curling in her chest.
Antonio will never be one of your toys. Florence's expression darkened, but she recovered quickly.
Perhaps, but love is fleeting power, position, those last, and you, my dear, have neither. With that, she turned and left, the heavy iron door clanging shut behind her, sealing Sophie in silence. Chapter 17. That night, unable to suppress her growing anxiety, Josephine slipped through the dimly lit corridors and made her way to Philippe's chambers.
She rapped on the door urgently. When he opened it, his brow furrowed in irritation.
"This is highly improper,"
he muttered, stepping aside.
"A lady does not visit a man's chambers at this hour."
Josephine scoffed, pushing past him into the room.
"Oh please. You are my brother, not some scandalous rogue. Spare me your lectures." Philippe sighed, running a hand through his hair as he shut the door.
What is it?
Josephine turned to face him, her expression raw with fear.
What if something terrible has happened to Sophie? What if she is never coming back?
Philippe exhaled, rubbing his temples.
We don't know anything for certain, but I agree, the conflicting stories make no sense. Father is hiding something.
Before either could say another word, a shadow moved in the corner of the room.
We will find her.
A voice cut in. Josephine gasped, stepping back as she snatched up the nearest candlestick, her hands trembling. Before she could raise it, Philippe stepped forward, his voice calm but firm.
Put it down, Josephine, he said softly, blocking her path.
She hesitated, confusion and fear flickering across her face. From the shadows, a figure moved with slow, measured steps. As the dim candlelight illuminated his face, Josephine's breath hitched. Antonio stood before her, his face marred by dark bruises and glistening cuts.
His once proud stance was diminished, his movements careful, as though each step sent pain lancing through him. You're alive, she whispered, eyes wide with disbelief.
Philippe exhaled, a shadow of guilt crossing his face.
I had to keep him hidden. If Father or Florence knew, they would ensure he never returned.
Josephine turned to him, her grip on the candlestick loosening. They think he's dead?
Drowned in the lake.
Philippe confirmed, his jaw tight.
The guards were meant to throw him in, but one of them had a shred of conscience left. They brought him to me instead. I have been tending to him ever since.
Antonio, his voice hoarse but determined, met Josephine's gaze.
I will not let him take Sophie away.
Philippe gave a solemn nod.
Then we must wait for the right moment, and when it comes, we act.
Antonio finished, his eyes dark with fury. The weight of unspoken fears passed between them, but for the first time since Sophie's disappearance, a spark of hope flickered in the darkness. Chapter 18. Florence, secure in her belief that Antonio was out of the picture and that her husband was distracted elsewhere for the moment, indulged in newfound pleasures. A young Italian groundsman had caught her eye, and he was a willing recipient to her advances.
Her chambers consisted of 4 expansive rooms, her bedroom, study, dressing room, and bathroom. Where parts of the castle had been left to ruin or stripped of modern conveniences, within her walls she clung to every possible excess.
The soft glow from the ceiling, an ancient remnant of pre-collapse technology, cast an ethereal light unlike the flickering biofuel lamps elsewhere. Despite the wind swirling outside on the cool evening, her chambers remained perfectly temperate, thanks to the castle's hidden climate unit powered by an underground solar grid, seamlessly maintaining comfort in every season.
She lounged on her day bed upholstered in a rich burgundy velvet, a relic of a lost world, one of the few luxuries that had survived the Great Collapse untouched.
Beside her, a polished wooden table held a half-filled glass of synthetic wine, its ruby hue gleaming under the solar-lit ceiling. The soft hum of an ancient music player drifted through the air, a melody from a forgotten age filling the opulent space.
Florence wore a delicate silk shirt, loosely fastened by a single button. The delicate fabric clung to her skin, cool and featherlight against her body.
She exhaled slowly, reclining further as her fingers lazily traced the rim of her glass.
But despite the comfort and indulgence surrounding her, she was distracted tonight. Estelle saw everything.
And though she remained silent, Florence's paranoia grew. The world outside had taught people to be cautious, to be watchful. Information was power in this new age, and Florence knew well that secrets rarely remained buried.
She knows. Florence hissed, standing up and beginning to pace, her bare feet padding against the smooth, temperature-controlled flooring. She's always watching. Her lover leaned lazily against the doorway, his shirt untucked, his dark curls falling over his forehead in an effortless cascade. He smirked, unbothered by her concerns. Then let her watch. What can she do?
Florence's eyes darkened, her fingers tightening around the beaded necklace at her throat.
Nothing, if she's not here to see.
He stepped forward, pressing his body against hers, sliding his bare arms under her shirt and around her waist.
His lips barely brushed the nape of her neck.
Send her away,
he breathed, his voice a hushed invitation.
Come now, my love, let's forget about her.
His hands drifted lower as he coaxed her backward, guiding her toward the bedroom.
The silk of her shirt slid effortlessly against his skin as he pulled her close.
Florence's breath hitched, her earlier paranoia momentarily forgotten as the heat between them intensified. Beyond her chamber walls, the world remained cold and uncertain, but within, she allowed herself to drown in pleasure, reveling in the power she still held.
Chapter 19.
The prison corridors lay silent under the pale glow of the moon filtering through the narrow window. The ancient stones, cold and unyielding, carried whispers long since uttered. Sophie paced the small confines of her cell, each step measured by mounting dread.
Her breath came shallow, her heart pounding against her ribs as though seeking escape before her body could follow.
Her clothes, once fine silks befitting her station, had long since been replaced with coarse, scratchy rags that hung loosely from her frame. The fabric, rough against her skin, reeked of damp, its frayed edges brushing against her bare legs with every step. She lifted trembling hands to her face, fingertips brushing against the sharp planes of her cheekbones. Her reflection, had she been given a mirror, would have been unrecognizable. The once rosy glow of her complexion had faded to a sallow pallor, her skin stretched too tightly over her gaunt features. Hunger gnawed at her insides, a constant, dull ache that never ceased, sapping her strength and making each movement a trial. Her long, tangled hair, once carefully tended, now fell in matted waves over her shoulders, strands clinging to the dampness of her brow.
A draft curled through the cracks in the stone, raising goosebumps along her thin arms. Sophie shivered but did not stop moving.
If she stopped, the stillness would consume her. She had to keep going, had to hold on to something, hope, desperation, whatever kept her feet moving across the frozen floor.
Her father would return for her. Wouldn't he?
Or had he truly cast her aside like an unwanted relic, hidden away where no one could hear her cries?
She swallowed hard, forcing the thought away.
She could not afford despair, not when it was the only thing left between her and the abyss. A soft knock at the heavy wooden door jolted her from restless thoughts. Sophie froze, uncertainty gripping her like a vice.
The knock came again.
Gentle, urgent.
"It is me," whispered a familiar voice. Beatrice. The only other woman at the prison, the night maid who tends to the cleaning when the house is asleep.
Sophie heard the door being unlatched from outside and slowly swung open. The lady's face partially obscured by the shadows peered in. "You got a scarper tonight, love,"
Beatrice said, her voice trembling. "The Earl's men will arrive at dawn." A cold shiver traced Sophie's spine. Her throat tightened with fear, but determination tempered the rising panic. "How?" she managed to ask. "The gates are guarded." Beatrice's eyes gleamed with gritty resolve.
"There's a tunnel under the chapel old as the hills, that one built for hidden relics, back when folk had to worry about pillagers. Hardly anyone knows it's there." She laid a steadying hand on Sophie's arm.
"I'll show you the way." Emotion swelled in Sophie's chest. Gratitude mingled with guilt. "Why would you risk this for me?" Beatrice's lips pressed into a thin line. "Ain't right, your ladyship, what they're doin', and besides," she added with a wry smile, "because the world teaches us to protect the innocent." They exchanged no further words. Time was precious, and danger was close.
The chapel loomed before them, vast and solemn under the cloak of night. Candles flickered weakly against the encroaching darkness, casting wavering shadows upon the ancient stone walls. Beatrice led Sophie to the altar, her lantern casting a pool of light on the worn floor.
With deft hands, she lifted a concealed panel, revealing a narrow staircase descending into pitch blackness. "Go on,"
Beatrice urged. "This'll get ya past the walls, then head towards the moon, straight on, love. My brother's a farmer, he be waitin' for ya."
Sophie hesitated, her heart heavy with unspoken gratitude. She grasped Beatrice's hand tightly. "I will never forget this." Beatrice offered a faint smile, though sorrow glimmered in her eyes. "May nature's soul protect you." With a final glance at the chapel's hallowed interior, Sophie descended into the darkness.
The passage was cold and damp, the air thick with the scent of earth and decay. Sophie's breaths echoed in the confined space as she navigated the uneven path. The faint glimmer of moonlight greeted her at the tunnel's end, beckoning her toward freedom.
She emerged into the wild embrace of the forest.
The towering trees swayed gently beneath a silver-streaked sky, their branches whispering secrets to the night. Sophie inhaled deeply, the crisp air biting at her lungs but tasting of liberty.
Her relief was short-lived.
The distant clatter of hooves shattered the fragile peace.
The Earl's men. Panic surged through her veins, but Sophie forced herself to move.
She darted between the trees, branches clawing at her cloak, roots threatening to trip her. The forest became a maze of shadows, each step fueled by desperation. A sudden howl sliced through the night, a command, not an animal's cry.
Sophie's pulse quickened. They were close.
Her breath came in ragged gasps as she pushed onward, the moon hanging low in the sky, its pale glow illuminating the winding path ahead.
Shadows stretched and twisted beneath the skeletal branches that lined her way.
The cool night air pressed against her skin, a silent reminder of the danger that lurked just beyond sight.
Guided by instinct rather than direction, she pressed forward, unaware of how long she had been running. Time had blurred into the relentless rhythm of her breath and the pounding of her heart. Her feet barely found purchase on the uneven ground.
The earth beneath her seemed to shift and tilt, and with a sudden lurch, she stumbled, her knee scraping against a jagged rock. Pain flared, but she had no time to linger.
The slope grew steeper, the ground treacherous.
She barely caught herself before tumbling headfirst into a narrow ravine. She gasped, steadying herself.
Then she saw it.
Smoke curled from the chimneys of scattered farmhouses in the distance, their warm glow a stark contrast to the cold terror clenching her chest.
But the journey was far from over.
She forced herself onward, her steps uneven, her body heavy with exhaustion. The trees grew denser around her, their gnarled limbs reaching down as if to snatch her back into the darkness. Every rustle of the leaves, every whisper of the wind sent a fresh wave of panic through her veins.
Her heart pounded, each beat a desperate reminder that she had to keep moving. The path twisted and turned, vanishing and reappearing beneath the tangled roots and loose stones. Her foot caught on something, and she went sprawling forward, hitting the earth hard. She groaned, rolling onto her back.
For a fleeting moment, as she looked up at the silver disk of the moon staring down at her, she considered staying there, letting the night swallow her whole. With renewed urgency, she pushed herself upright and staggered back to her feet.
The fields stretched ahead now, the grasses whispering against her legs as she stumbled through them.
A thin mist clung to the ground, coiling around her ankles, making each step feel heavier than the last.
Her limbs ached, her throat burned, but she pressed on. The farmhouses were no longer distant specks but rising figures against the night sky. She could see the flickering glow of lanterns in some windows. Hope swelled in her chest, but so did fear. Which door could she trust?
Which one would offer her safety? The cool, dry grass beneath her feet whispered promises of rest, of surrender.
She swayed, the world blurring at the edges. But she couldn't stop now. Not yet. She staggered forward, not sure which door to knock on, her strength waning.
The cool dry grass beneath her bare feet welcomed her collapse, but before darkness claimed her, flickering lantern light broke through the gloom. Figures in simple robes approached, weathered faces marked by years of working the land.
One knelt beside her, his voice gentle yet firm. "Be at peace, child. You are safe here."
Tears welled in Sophie's eyes, gratitude mingling with exhaustion. The farmer's reassuring presence anchored her frayed spirit.
Sophie tried to speak, but her throat tightened, the words refusing to come.
Rough yet steady hands guided her forward, toward the farmhouse where golden light spilled onto the dirt. The scent of earth and hay filled the air, grounding her between relief and exhaustion. The farmer studied her for a long moment, then gave a small nod, as if making a decision. Behind him, more figures gathered in the doorway, their faces lined with kindness and quiet understanding.
"Come inside," he said, his voice warm, certain. "You're safe now."
A breath she hadn't realized she was holding escaped her lips.
For the first time in a long while, she let herself believe it.
Chapter 20. Each passing hour gnawed at Josephine's resolve, her fears for Sophie growing like thorny vines twisting through her chest. She paced her room restlessly, her fingers tracing the carved wood of the bedpost as though searching for answers hidden in its grooves.
"Sophie, wherever you are. Hold on," she whispered into the cold, indifferent night.
Beyond the castle gates, Estelle had ridden for days. Her mental list of things to do was slowly being ticked down, and now there was only one task left: find Sophie. The road ahead was rough and frozen, winding through fields stiff with frost and trees stripped bare by winter's breath. She urged her horse onward, her body aching from days in the saddle, but she barely noticed.
The past clung to her like a shadow, heavy with unfinished business. The promises she had made. The things she had seen. A voice cut through the silence.
Wait.
Estelle reined in her horse, the animal tossing its head.
A figure emerged from the darkness of the outer courtyard, moving quickly despite the thick mud. A woman in a plain cloak. Estelle, the woman gasped, reaching her at last, eyes wide with urgency.
I know where Sophie is. Estelle's heart stuttered, disbelief warring with hope. What did you say?
The woman's gaze darted nervously around them, as though fearing unseen eyes. Lady Sophie, she's at a farm beyond the eastern woods, I swear it's true.
Suspicion coiled in Estelle's mind. Why would you tell me this?
She demanded, her voice edged with caution.
How do I know I can trust you?
The woman's expression softened, earnest and pleading.
Because she is good. She doesn't deserve what's happened to her. She answered. Here. She handed her a hastily written note. Go see for yourself. Sophie's safer there than she ever would be here. But you need to hurry.
Estelle's pulse thundered in her ears. Doubt gnawed at her, but desperation outweighed caution.
What choice did she have? If there was even a sliver of truth to the woman's words, she had to take the chance. Drawing a steadying breath, Estelle nodded.
Chapter 21. Philippe paced the stone floor of his chambers, his brow furrowed in deep thought.
His father's words echoed in his mind, sharp as a blade. News had reached him of Sophie's imprisonment and subsequent flight. Whispers of his father's ruthless pursuit filled the air, each revelation chipping away at Philippe's loyalty.
He had always sought to be the son his father expected, obedient, honorable, unwavering.
But now, that very obedience felt like a chain tightening around his throat.
He recalled the Earl's cold command earlier that evening.
She is a threat to our plans. The Earl had said, his voice devoid of remorse. She must be found.
A threat on his own daughter, his blood, the child he once cradled and vowed to protect, was nothing to his father now.
The realization struck Philippe like a physical blow.
The Earl spoke of Sophie as though she were a nameless enemy, a piece to be removed from the board without hesitation.
But she was his flesh and blood.
The thought of her hunted like an animal, suffering because of his father's machinations, ignited a rage that sent tremors through his body.
How could he be so cruel? How could he erase her existence with a single sentence?
Standing by the window, he gazed at the moonlit expanse beyond the castle walls.
The night was vast and uncertain, much like the path before him.
His whole life had been shaped by duty, by the suffocating weight of his father's expectations.
He had tried, truly tried, to be a good son.
But each cruel order, each ruthless decision, had left a wound that festered beneath the surface.
How many times had he swallowed his own voice? How often had he turned away from the injustices committed in his father's name? He had justified them, excused them, buried them deep within his conscience.
But Sophie's suffering made those buried truths rise like ghosts, demanding to be reckoned with. A hollow ache settled in his chest. He was tired of standing in his father's shadow, tired of silencing the part of him that still believed in justice. As Sophie prayed for strength within the farmer's house, Philippe made a silent vow.
He would protect her. And he would seek justice, even if it meant defying the Earl himself.
His decision had been made, yet a weight settled in his chest, making each breath feel labored.
To defy his father was to sever himself from everything he had ever known.
But to do nothing, to allow Sophie to be hunted and discarded like a mere inconvenience, was unthinkable. He turned away from the window, pacing as the flickering candlelight cast restless shadows upon the stone walls.
Who could he trust? If he acted carelessly, his father would uncover his betrayal before he had the chance to act.
The Earl had eyes everywhere, loyalists bound to him by fear or ambition. Philippe clenched his jaw, unable to see the path through the nightmare.
A knock at the door made him freeze. He hesitated before opening it.
René, his father's steward, stood in the corridor, his expression impassive.
"Your father wishes to see you. Immediately." Philippe nodded, schooling his expression into one of obedient indifference. Inside, his pulse quickened. His father was growing impatient.
If he had any suspicions about Philippe's wavering loyalty, he would not hesitate to tighten his grip. As he followed René through the dimly lit halls, his thoughts turned to Sophie.
He prayed she was safe. That she had found shelter. That she still had time. Philippe stood before the Earl, his father's presence filling the chamber with quiet menace. "The men have returned." The Earl began. "No sign of her." Philippe kept his expression neutral. "Perhaps she has left the province." His father scoffed. "She is reckless, but not a fool. She would seek shelter somewhere familiar. And she will make a mistake." He leaned forward, his piercing gaze locking onto Philippe. "When she does, I expect you to act without hesitation."
Philippe met his father's gaze, willing himself to appear impassive.
"Of course."
The Earl studied him for a long moment before nodding.
"Good." Philippe forced himself to remain still. He had made his choice.
Now, he had to act before it was too late.
Chapter 22.
The fire in the farmer's hearth crackled, but Sophie could not find warmth in its glow. Wrapped in a tattered cloak, she sat with her back pressed against the rough wooden wall, listening to the sounds beyond the thin door. The occasional hoofbeat, the murmur of voices in the distance, each sound sent a shiver down her spine. The farmer's wife, with kind eyes, handed her a steaming cup of broth.
"You should drink," she said, her voice low. "They've been through the village." Sophie's fingers tightened around the cup. "Have they checked here?" The woman hesitated. "Not yet. But let's not worry about that now. They may not come back this way for some time."
A chill that had nothing to do with the winter air crept over Sophie.
She had known this was temporary. That eventually, she would have to move again.
Still, the thought of being out in the open once more, of fleeing into the unknown, made her stomach churn. She took a sip of the broth, forcing herself to swallow past the lump in her throat.
If she wanted to survive, she could not afford hesitation. Estelle had been riding for days, following nothing but scraps of whispers from corners of village markets.
She moved with caution, taking winding paths instead of the direct roads. The guards were searching, she had seen them in every town she passed, their presence tightening like a noose. They asked questions in clipped voices, flashing parchments with descriptions of a missing girl.
She knew what they were looking for.
Sophie. The further Estelle traveled, the more the tension in the air thickened. In one village, an old woman selling dried herbs had barely met her eyes when she muttered,
"The hounds sniff too close, best keep your steps light." The note in her pocket burned, the message was brief. A location and a single name. Beatrice. She hadn't ridden straight for the place the note directed her to. That would have been reckless, an obvious mistake. Instead, she traced a long, winding route through the hills, doubling back, waiting, watching.
The guards moved like they were chasing a scent, circling something unseen.
They didn't know exactly where Sophie was, but they were close.
It was late afternoon when Estelle arrived at a hamlet hidden in the cradle of rugged mountains.
A stream wove through the land like silver thread, catching the fading light before vanishing into a dense grove of chestnut trees.
It was beautiful, breathtaking even.
But beauty had never been a sign of safety.
She dismounted, leading her horse through the well-trodden paths, boots silent against the damp earth. She passed a group of women sitting outside on rocking chairs, thick blankets across their knees as they gossiped.
She caught snippets of conversation. They passed through this morning, asking after strangers.
The girl?
Couldn't have gone far. They're hunting, but for what? Estelle clenched her jaw. Not what? Who? On seeing Estelle, the ladies fell silent, their eyes fixed on her.
She tried to relax her face and soundlessly nodded.
She reached the farm at the edge of the village, just as the last light bled from the sky.
The farmer was a broad-shouldered man, his weathered face carved with deep lines.
At the sight of her, he stiffened, wiping his hands on his tunic.
I don't know what you're looking for,
he said before she even spoke.
but there's nothing here for you.
Estelle didn't move. Didn't blink. I was told to ask for Beatrice. His expression remained unreadable.
Never heard the name.
A lie. A quick, practiced one. But she had spent her life reading the truth beneath the words people wouldn't say. She took a slow step closer. Then perhaps the note I received was mistaken when it said there would be help here.
The man snorted, but before he could reply, a soft voice came from behind him.
Hello? A woman stepped into the fading light. Beatrice, she guessed.
Her keen eyes studied Estelle with quiet scrutiny, taking her measure.
But she did not speak again.
Estelle inhaled deeply and, with careful deliberation, said,
You must be Beatrice. Beatrice's expression didn't change.
Depends on who's asking, miss. She answered smoothly.
Relief shuddered through Estelle's chest. Yes, it was her.
What did she always steal from the kitchen when she thought no one was watching?
Estelle's mouth curved the faintest fraction. Honey biscuits, she claimed they tasted better when they weren't hers to take. Beatrice remained motionless, studying the woman.
Then turned toward the farmhouse, motioning for Estelle to follow.
The house smelled of earth and firewood, the warmth of a hidden sanctuary.
Then she heard it, soft, barely more than a whisper.
A voice laced with exhaustion and longing. Estelle? She turned, her breath catching in her throat.
Sophie stood in the dim light, wrapped in a borrowed shawl, shadows lining her delicate face. For a moment, neither of them moved.
Then,
Sophie.
Estelle breathed. Overcome with emotion, she stumbled forward, collapsing into Estelle's embrace.
Their reunion was fraught with tears, joy, and unspoken sorrow. Estelle held Sophie close, her heart aching at the sight of the girl she had raised now so changed. The youthful radiance that had once defined her countenance had dimmed, shadows of suffering marred her fine features.
Her eyes, though warm with recognition, carried a sadness too deep to be concealed. Sophie's trembling voice broke the silence. I feared I might never see you again, Estelle. So much has happened, so much. Her voice faltered, and tears glistened in her eyes. Estelle's breath caught in her throat as she studied Sophie.
This was not the girl she had known, the one who had once laughed with the sun on her face, whose spirit had been as untamed as the wind. That girl had been stolen away, replaced by someone frail and hollowed out, a shadow of herself.
Her skin, once warmed by life, was ghostly pale.
Dark circles bruised the delicate skin beneath her eyes, and her hands, trembling in Estelle's grasp, felt fragile, too fragile, as though a sudden breeze might carry her away.
How long had she been like this? How many days and nights had she spent in the dark, starving, suffering and forgotten? A sickness twisted in Estelle's gut. How could a father do this to his own child? But Sophie didn't need to see the horror in her eyes. She didn't need to know how much her suffering was written across her face.
Estelle forced a smile, smoothing her features into something warm, something familiar. She squeezed Sophie's cold fingers between her own and spoke with a lightness she did not feel.
I have missed you, dear one, she said, her voice gentle.
Sophie made a sound, half a laugh, half a sob, and in that moment, Estelle pulled her into an embrace, holding her close, feeling every sharp angle of her body. The scent of damp stone and stale air clung to her, the unmistakable scent of captivity, of suffering. Over Sophie's shoulder, Estelle met Beatrice's eyes.
And in that silent moment, an understanding passed between them. They both knew the truth. They both saw what had been done to her. And they both knew, whatever it took, whatever price had to be paid, they would not let the Earl have her again.
Later that evening, after they had eaten with the farmer and Beatrice, Sophie led Estelle to the small cottage tucked away in the valley. Its stone walls, mottled with patches of moss and lichen, bore the marks of countless seasons. A thatched roof sloped gently, its golden straw shimmering faintly under the soft moonlight. Smoke curled lazily from the brick chimney, carrying the comforting scent of woodfire through the crisp country air. The front porch, adorned with a rustic wooden bench, overlooked a small garden bursting with vibrant marigolds, daisies, and climbing ivy. A narrow dirt path, lined with wildflowers and bordered by worn stepping stones, led to a creaky green painted door.
Beyond the cottage, fields stretched toward the horizon, dotted with grazing sheep, and bordered by neat rows of hedges.
Inside the humble shelter, they sat before the fire as Sophie recounted her tale of peril, courage, and heartbreak.
"You are already acquainted with the events of that night," Sophie began softly, her voice wavering. The pain evident in Sophie's voice cut through Estelle's heart like a blade.
"Beatrice risked everything for me, I owe her my life."
Sophie recounted the perilous moments of her escape.
As she described the long journey through the night to Beatrice's village, her voice grew fainter, weighed down by weariness and sorrow. "Beatrice was a godsend."
Sophie's voice trembling slightly. "She threw my clothes into the stream near the almond groves. If anyone followed, they would think I drowned." Estelle's brow furrowed with concern. "And you made the journey on foot?" Sophie nodded.
"It was grueling, but fear kept me moving. When I reached Beatrice's family, they were kind enough to shelter me." Estelle, deeply moved by Sophie's poignant tale, embraced her again with motherly tenderness.
"Your courage humbles me, my dear child," Estelle whispered. "You have suffered greatly, but you have also shown remarkable strength. The path of healing will be long, but I shall be by your side every step of the way."
Sophie, overwhelmed by the warmth and understanding in Estelle's words, felt the first flicker of hope kindle in her heart. Though grief remained her companion, the steadfast presence of Estelle promised a new beginning, one where healing, however distant, was still possible.
Chapter 23.
The world was still half drowned in sleep when the heavy rap of a fist against the cottage door shattered the silence. The sound was sharp, urgent, like the crack of a branch underfoot in the still of the night.
Sophie jolted awake, her breath caught in her throat. The warmth of sleep still clung to her, but her heart was already racing. Across the small room, Estelle had already risen, the wooden floor creaking beneath her light steps.
She moved to the door, pausing just long enough to peek through the fogged-up window. In the darkness Sophie heard her exhale, the light flicker on and the latch lift with a soft click.
The door swung open.
The farmer filled the frame like a storm cloud, his broad shoulders seeming even larger beneath the low beams of the cottage. The scent of damp wool, leather, and the musky tang of freshly turned soil clung to him.
He nodded once in greeting. "Ladies." Then his eyes found Sophie, and his expression shifted. "Miss." He reached into his weathered coat pocket.
When his hand emerged, it held a crumpled letter, its edges damp from the morning air.
The sight of it sent a chill through Sophie's bones. She barely registered taking it from him, her fingers trembling as she tore at the paper.
The smell of ink and old parchment rose to meet her as she unfolded it, her pulse thrumming in her ears.
She read. "Dearest sister.
We write to you with hearts both lightened by hope and burdened by concern. It was a relief beyond measure to learn of your safety. We are well enough, though our favorite maid has left us, without a word, and despite our inquiries, none claim to know her whereabouts. You were always closest to her. If you have any knowledge of her situation, please share it with us alongside any other news.
Please know that we long for your return but understand you are on a great adventure.
Write back soon, dear sister, and tell us you are safe.
Yours in love and loyalty, Pebbles and Shad."
The words blurred slightly as Sophie reached the end, her breath uneven. The cottage felt brighter already, the faint scent of burning wood now a comfort.
The morning had barely begun, yet something had shifted.
Sophie smiled at Josephine's scribble, the uneven letters pressed deep into the parchment, as if the force of her emotions had bled into the very fibers of the page. She smiled, a warmth unfurling in her chest at the sound of their childhood names, echoes from a time when life was simpler, when they were just children tumbling through the grand halls and corridors. Josephine had always been the collector, her small hands forever reaching down to pluck up little treasures from the earth. Little stones, smooth and cool, tucked into her pockets until they bulged at the seams. It had driven Estelle to exasperation, her wide-eyed gasps of,
"All those pebbles in your pocket."
a refrain so familiar it had become a joke, and then, without effort, a name.
Pebble.
It had stuck, just like the tiny stones Josephine hoarded with such quiet devotion.
And then there was Philippe.
The ever-present shadow, trailing behind the girls wherever they went, never wanting to be left behind.
He had been their silent guardian, always watching, always there.
A lump rose in her throat, but she swallowed it down, letting the warmth of it settle inside her. She turned and handed the letter to Estelle, watching as her friend's sharp eyes scanned the words.
Estelle's lips parted slightly, then smiled. Sophie turned to the farmer. He stood patiently.
His face was rough, lined by years of wind and work, but there was a quiet kindness in his deep-set eyes as he watched the two women.
"Can you return a letter?" she asked, her voice steady despite the flutter of urgency in her chest. The farmer nodded once, slow and deliberate.
Sophie exhaled in relief, then quickly grabbed a scrap of parchment from the worn wooden table.
Dipping the nib of a quill into the inkwell, she began to write, the sharp scent of ink rising as she pressed the pen to the page. Her fingers, still trembling from the letter she had received, steadied with each word she formed. A small smile tugged at her lips. "My dearest sisters, your letter reached me like a balm to my weary heart.
To hear your voices through ink reminds me of all I hold dear and strengthens my resolve. First, I must reassure you that our maid is with me. Her journey was perilous, but she arrived safely and is now busy with her excursions.
She speaks often of you both with fondness and concern. I remain safe during my travels, though my heart aches to be with you. Write to me soon and often. Your words are my greatest comfort. With all my love. Penny."
The farmer had said it would take a few days to get the letter to them, perhaps another for a reply to come back. Sophie spent her days keeping busy, walking down to the farm and helping where she could.
When she had first arrived, she was a novice, often got in the way, fumbling with tasks unfamiliar to her hands. But with time and patience of her host, she learned. Now, she could gather eggs without startling the hens, knead bread with a steady rhythm, and pull weeds from the garden without mistaking vegetables for intruders. But at night, back in the cottage, the quiet was harder to ignore.
Sophie had clung to that timeline, counting in the quiet hum of daily life. She found herself listening for the sound of approaching footsteps, the familiar crunch of boots on the frozen path. Each time, only the wind answered.
But a week had passed, and still, there was nothing. Estelle noticed her growing restlessness. "You'll make yourself sick with worry," she murmured one evening, setting down her knitting.
The firelight danced over her face, softening the sharp edges of concern in her gaze.
"Let us take time, the weather could have slowed him."
Sophie nodded, but her fingers fidgeted in her lap, tracing patterns against the rough wool of her dress.
"Or something could be wrong." The words slipped out before she could stop them.
Estelle's expression darkened for just a moment before she softened her voice.
"Your family is strong, they would have sent word if something had happened."
She nodded in acceptance, but Sophie couldn't shake the unease curling in her stomach. The first light of morning painted the sky in soft hues of amber and rose.
Mist clung to the fields, wrapping the landscape in an ethereal shroud.
Sophie breathed deeply, savoring the crisp air as she and Estelle sat outside, each with a steaming cup of tea in their hands.
As the sun rose, the distant chirping of birds greeted the new day.
Hope flickered in Sophie's chest, fragile, but present. The past few weeks of hard work and companionship had restored a sense of strength in her.
Sophie turned to her friend. "Thank you, Estelle, for everything. I don't know what I would have done without you." "You would have found your strength," Estelle replied confidently. "You already have." They sat in companionable silence listening to the morning song.
Rolling hills stretched before them, dotted with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. For the first time in weeks, Sophie allowed herself to believe that safety might be within reach.
But tranquility is often fleeting. A sudden shout shattered the peace. Sophie's head snapped up.
Through the thinning mist, dark figures emerged. Horsemen, She registered them in her mind, their capes billowing like ominous shadows as they charged toward them.
The gleam of weapons caught the morning light. The women had been seen. Her name shouted out. "Run!" Estelle commanded, her voice sharp with urgency. They both fled to the back of the house where the horses were kept. Sophie's heart pounded. She kicked hard. The horse lunged forward, hooves slamming into the earth.
The path twisted, a narrow valley, dense woods on either side.
No cover. No escape. The thundering pursuit closed in, the echoing hooves pounding like war drums against the earth.
Sophie's breath came in ragged gasps, panic threatening to unseat her as the weight of fear bore down on her.
"Faster!"
Estelle urged, her face taut with determination.
A shout rang out behind them, an order, or perhaps a threat.
Sophie risked a glance over her shoulder. The highwaymen, 5 in total, were gaining ground rapidly.
Their leader, a scar-faced brute wielding a curved blade, bared his teeth in a feral grin. "We'll never outrun them,"
Sophie gasped.
The reins burned against her fingers as she clung on, her knuckles aching. Estelle's jaw clenched. "We won't need to." 2 burly men were riding toward them. It was men from the village, new friends to Sophie, who had hidden her away so well until now. "Go on," one shouted to Sophie. The men reined in their horses, wheeling around to face the attackers.
Steel hissed as swords were drawn, gleaming ominously in the morning light. The lead escort, a burly man with a scar running across his forearm, met the charge head-on.
"Stay with me,"
Estelle ordered Sophie, positioning herself protectively. The clash was brutal and immediate. The scar-faced leader lunged at the first man, Humphrey, a seasoned farmer from the village with strong weathered hands, accustomed to wielding scythes and plows rather than swords.
Yet there was no hesitation in his movements. Years of hard labor had given him formidable strength and resilience.
Their swords met with a deafening clang, the force of the impact vibrating through Humphrey's muscular arms. Sparks flew as blades scraped and parried, the raw intensity of the fight echoing through the valley. Nearby, another highwayman circled wide, eyes gleaming with predatory intent as he sought an opening to flank them. But the second man, a wiry, sinewy figure who worked at the village blacksmith, intercepted him with practiced precision. His calloused hands, toughened by countless hours at the forge, gripped the reins tightly as his horse reared, hooves striking the air with wild defiance. The blacksmith's keen instincts and raw physicality served him well in the fray. His every movement was calculated and deliberate, honed by years of handling molten metal and heavy tools. The chaos of the battle was a blur of motion, snarling horses, clanging steel, and the grunts of men locked in desperate combat.
Humphrey, gritting his teeth against the strain, fought with the fierce determination of a man protecting not just his life but the safety of his village.
The blacksmith, agile and relentless, struck with the precision of a craftsman who knew the weight and balance of every blow. Together, they formed an unyielding defense against the marauding attackers, their resolve shining like tempered steel in the heat of the skirmish.
Sophie clung desperately to her horse, as he raced ahead, fear constricting her throat.
Suddenly, a third attacker broke through the fray, charging directly at Sophie.
"No!" Estelle cried, from behind her. Time seemed to slow.
Sophie's instincts screamed for her to flee, but terror had locked her limbs.
The highwayman raised his sword. A blur of motion intercepted him.
The scarred Humphrey drove his blade into the attacker's side with a fierce cry. The highwayman's weapon clattered to the ground as he toppled from his horse, a crimson stain blooming across his tunic.
"Go!" he bellowed, blood streaming from a gash on his brow. "We'll hold them off." Estelle seized Sophie's reins, yanking her horse around.
"Ride, Sophie. Now." Numb with shock but driven by sheer survival instinct, Sophie obeyed. They galloped away from the skirmish, the path blurring beneath them. Behind, the sounds of battle faded into the distance. They rode hard until the landscape opened into a sunlit clearing.
Only then did Estelle slow her pace, her chest heaving with exertion. "Are you hurt?" she asked, her voice tight with concern.
Sophie shook her head, though her trembling hands betrayed her lingering fear.
"What about the men?" Estelle's expression darkened. "We have to trust they'll be okay."
They pressed on, their horses' hooves thudding against the damp earth, the rhythmic sound swallowed by the vastness of the open countryside. The scent of crushed grass and damp soil filled the air.
A cool breeze whispered through the trees, rustling the branches, stirring the tall grass that swayed in gentle waves.
Somewhere in the distance, a bird called out, a sharp, high cry cutting through the hush, startling in its normalcy.
The serene beauty around them felt like a cruel mockery of what they had just fled.
Every rustle, every creak of leather, every measured breath felt louder in the wake of the chaos they had barely escaped.
Sophie swallowed hard, determination strengthening her resolve. Whatever dangers lay ahead, she would face them. They had nowhere to go, but there was no turning back now. A loud bang vibrated the land beneath their feet, the horse startled. She lost her grip. The world tilted. Chapter 24. Dearest Penny. Your letter was a gift beyond measure. To know that our maid is safe and with you lifts a great weight from my shoulders. Please tell her that we miss her dearly. The castle grows ever more suffocating.
His moods darken by the day, and her venomous presence only worsens matters. I fear she suspects we know of her treachery, her glances are sharp enough to wound.
We will remain vigilant but careful, as you wisely advised. Your safety remains our greatest solace. Keep writing to us, dear sister. Your letters are lifelines in these troubled times. Ever yours, Pain.
After her last letter, Josephine expected a prompt reply, but days stretched into weeks without any word from Sophie. Each passing day gnawed at their resolve, unraveling hope thread by thread. A chill settled in their hearts, growing colder with each silent hour. Philippe and Josephine exchanged anxious glances over each opulent meal, their appetite dulled by gnawing dread. The table was laid with rich, gleaming silver and fine china, but the food, though lavish, seemed to mock their discomfort. Thick cuts of roast meat, golden with butter, glistening vegetables in delicate arrangements, and sweet, spiced wines that filled the air with a heady warmth, yet nothing could mask their unease. Their father was away on business, and Florence presided at the head of the table with an air of unruffled composure, her smile as perfect as ever, though it never reached her eyes. She ate slowly, as if nothing were amiss, her delicate hands turning her food into mere distractions from the tension.
Philippe and Josephine could hardly swallow.
The roast, though perfectly cooked, tasted dry in their mouths, and the sauces, though rich and flavorful, clung to their tongues like a weight.
Each bite was an effort, as if they were forcing their bodies to partake in something they no longer had the stomach for.
They chewed mechanically, as if by habit, the opulence of the meal a cruel contrast to the gnawing dread hollowing out their insides. Frank, the trusted valet who had carried their letters, a man of unshakable loyalty and discretion, had vanished without a trace.
I believe you are right that something has happened,
Philippe murmured one evening, his voice taut with worry as he stared into the fading embers of the fire.
Josephine nodded.
The porcelain rattled softly against the saucer in her hands, betraying her fraying nerves.
We must find out what. Her voice brittle but resolute. But how?
Philippe rubbed a hand across his face, fatigue etched into every line.
The roads are dangerous with father's men out searching. Even if we sent another messenger, there's no guarantee they'd return.
Josephine's gaze flickered with desperation. We can't just sit here and wait. Sophie's silence, it's not just a delay, you know something bad has happened. Her voice cracked on the last word, raw with fear. Philippe leaned forward, his tone grave. If we go ourselves,
we risk everything, but you're right, we can't ignore this.
Then we go together,
Josephine said firmly, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her fear.
We find Sophie no matter the cost. Philippe met her gaze, a flicker of determination kindling in his eyes. We'll need a plan, and supplies. I'll gather what I can, Josephine promised. Her grip on the fragile porcelain cup steadied, as though the weight of their decision had given her strength.
Though fear still loomed like a storm cloud over their hearts, one thing had become certain: they would not wait passively for fate to claim them. Sophie was out there, somewhere, and they would not rest until she was found.
Chapter 25.
Night cloaked the world in a suffocating blackness as Sophie's captors dragged her toward the looming silhouette of Kimberley Castle.
Her limbs throbbed with exhaustion, and she tried to steady her fast breaths.
The sight of the place she had fled from filled her chest with dread, the cold air biting at her skin and leaving her feeling hollow. The carriage hit a sudden bump, jolting her violently from grim thoughts.
Wood creaked beneath her, and the wheels groaned against the uneven road.
Sophie's body jerked with each lurch, the rough movement sending shockwaves through her sore muscles. Through a narrow slit from the curtain covering the carriage window, moonlight briefly illuminated the path ahead.
Sophie's breath caught in her throat, a sharp, involuntary gasp, when she saw it.
A man's limp body lay sprawled grotesquely on the side of the path, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Blood pooled beneath him, stark against the pale gravel. The sight hit her like a blow to the chest, her stomach churning violently as bile rose in her throat.
Frank. She had known him for years, a loyal valet to the family.
His face, though partially obscured, was unmistakable. Tears welled in her eyes, hot and stinging, but fear steeled her resolve.
Why had they done this to a loyal man? And what awaited her in the castle's hidden depths?
The carriage lurched to a halt with a jarring screech, the sound slicing through the air like a knife. Sophie was yanked from her grim reverie as rough hands dragged her down from the carriage onto the gravel path. The sharp, cold night air hit her face, stinging her cheeks as the rough-hewn gravel crunched beneath their boots.
The scent of damp earth and distant smoke filled her nostrils, heavy and oppressive.
Ahead loomed the towering silhouette of Kimberley Castle, its flickering lights casting an eerie glow across the desolate landscape.
The cold wind whispered through the skeletal trees, their branches creaking like ancient bones.
Sophie barely registered the heavy hands gripping her arms, her senses dulled by the relentless cold.
Numbness crawled through her veins, spreading like a chill. Each step toward the looming prison walls felt like a descent into a nightmare she couldn't wake from. She felt her breath hitch in her chest, the cold air seizing her lungs. Instead of continuing up the path to the main house, they pushed her to one side, leading her somewhere else.
A sudden metallic clank echoed as a gate swung open.
Beyond it, a small, weather-worn cottage perched precariously on the edge of the forest.
Her captors gave no explanation as they hauled her toward the dilapidated structure. The wooden door creaked ominously as it was shoved open, the sound reverberating through the hollow space like a warning. Dust motes danced in the pale moonlight that seeped through the shattered windows, the scent of stale air thick in her nostrils. Inside, the floorboards groaned beneath their weight, each step accompanied by the unsettling sound of splintering wood. The oppressive silence pressed in around Sophie, broken only by the ragged sound of her own breath and the faint, distant howl of the wind outside. A sense of foreboding settled over her like a shroud, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand up.
Whatever awaited her here, it was far from over.
At first glance, it was simply an empty shell, no hearth, no furnishings, just rough stone walls and splintered beams.
But then Sophie's gaze caught something unusual.
In the far corner, partially concealed by shadows, was a narrow set of stone steps descending into darkness. The smell of damp stone and mold was thick here, clinging to the air with every breath she took. One of the men yanked her forward without a word, his grip tightening on her arm, and forced her down the steps. The air grew damp and cold, thick with the scent of earth and mildew. Each step on the stone stairs echoed hollowly, and Sophie could feel the chill creeping through her shoes, seeping into her bones. The stone passage twisted and turned, its walls lined with ancient markings, carved by unknown hands, faint but menacing. Sophie could almost taste the musty air, a heavy, suffocating presence. Her heart raced, the sound of it pounding in her ears. Realization hit her like a physical blow. These tunnels, hidden beneath the cottage, were part of the labyrinthine dungeons that extended under Kimberley Castle. They descended deeper into the maze of corridors, each step dragging her further from any semblance of safety.
The flickering light from their single torch cast dancing shadows along the damp walls, the flames crackling in the silence.
Sophie's breath quickened, the heat from the flame making her skin prickle against the cold air.
The further they went, the more the walls seemed to close in around her, tightening like the grip of a suffocating hand.
At last, they emerged into a grim hall lined with a row of iron prison doors. The air here was thick with the scent of decay and something far fouler, the stench of human misery that had seeped into the very stone.
Rust marred the surfaces of the doors, and heavy bolts gleamed dully in the dim light. The stench of dampness and rot clung to the air like a physical weight. "Here." One of the captors grunted.
Without warning, Sophie was shoved into one of the cells. She stumbled, her feet sliding on the cold stone floor, and caught herself against the rough wall.
The iron door slammed shut behind her with a deafening clang.
The sound reverberated through the corridors, its finality making her heart skip a beat.
Sophie gripped the wall, her breath ragged, her chest tight with fear.
The cell was small and bare, just a narrow bed with a thin, threadbare blanket, a rust-streaked basin, and a crude toilet in the corner. The damp chill seeped into her bones, her teeth beginning to chatter. She pressed her forehead against the cold iron bars, biting back tears.
She was trapped deep beneath the earth, hidden from the world. No one knew she was here.
And above all, she had no idea what had become of Estelle.
Her breath quickened, her chest tight with panic. What was this place? Why had the Earl hidden it from the rest of the household? Even as the question formed in her mind, she already knew the answer. And it terrified her.
Chapter 26. Sophie stood rigid before her father, her heart pounding so fiercely she thought he might hear it. He sat motionless, his gaze drilling into her like a blade pressed to the skin.
The silence stretched, a noose tightening with each second. When at last he addressed her, his voice was low.
"You have disgraced me."
He rose.
"You defied me."
He stepped closer.
"Abandon the duty set before you."
His breath was warm against her cheek, but there was no trace of tenderness.
His eyes, dark and unreadable, pinned her in place.
"And if this wasn't the worst of it?"
His lip curled.
"You ran to the farmers, as if you stoop any lower."
Determined, she held still, her hands clenched so tightly her nails bit into her palms.
"You will marry as soon as Lord Henri arrives."
Her father's voice hardened.
"There is no escape, no savior, no indulgence for your foolishness."
He spat the word out at her.
"Then he can take you away and I won't have to deal with you anymore."
She wanted to beg, to reason, but she knew it would be useless. His decision had been made long before she entered the room.
"Come,"
he commanded.
"Kiss your father's cheek."
She stepped forward, her legs trembling.
The scent of his cologne, so familiar from childhood, turned her stomach now. As she leaned in, his lips barely moved, but his whispered words cut deeper than any blade.
"If I find Estelle, she will suffer the same fate as the servant who carried your letters."
The blood drained from her face. She wanted to scream, but she dared not. Her lips brushed his cheek, her movements mechanical. Stepping back, she saw the faintest glint of satisfaction in his eyes. He waved his hand in dismissal. The guard seized her arms and led her away.
As she stepped into the grand entrance hall, its vastness swallowing her whole, she knew she had one chance.
She turned to the man at her right, her voice steady as she pointed to the dent in the banister. "Do you see that?"
She ran her fingers over the worn wood, a ghost of a smile flickering at her lips. "When my brother was 10, he thought it would be clever to ride a serving tray down the staircase."
The guard's eyes flicking from the mark to her face.
"He made it halfway before the tray flew out from under him." She continued, a warmth creeping into her voice.
He grabbed the banister to stop himself from tumbling the rest of the way down. His belt buckle hit right there, left that dent. The guard rolled his eyes. Sophie burst into laughter, the sound unexpected even to herself.
It was brief, almost reckless, but it filled the empty hall for just a moment. The guard pushed her forward, unimpressed, but she had done what she needed. If anyone was on the first floor, in the bedrooms, they would have heard her.
She knew how sound traveled here.
As children, she and her brother had spent many nights eavesdropping on the people below, unnoticed.
Someone would hear. Someone had to.
Countess Florence found herself growing increasingly paranoid.
The Earl had told her where he had put his child. He was an idiot. What was he thinking? If word got out, if anyone so much as whispered about this, it would be the end. The Earl had already been reckless, too reckless. The Countess had clawed her way to this position, sacrificed too much. She would not let a foolish girl and her stupid father undo it all.
The thought of his deception unraveling, of losing her title, power, and influence, drove her to ruthless desperation. Secluded in her lavish chambers, Countess Florence sat across from a familiar presence.
The candlelight flickered between them, casting restless shadows along the silk-draped walls. She must be dealt with. Florence's tone measured, devoid of hesitation. She must never see daylight again. The man leaned back slightly, fingers tapping idly against the arm of his chair.
His smile was slow, unreadable.
"Consider it done," he murmured. "Things have a way of slipping through the cracks in a place like this."
Chapter 27.
Earl Antonio Angoulême sat astride his black charger, the wind tugging at his cloak as he urged the horse faster along the forest path. His healing wounds still ached with every movement, but the urgency thrumming in his chest drove him forward.
News had reached him, a whisper through secret channels, that Sophie was alive but imprisoned within the depths of Kimberley Castle. He pulled at the reins for just a moment, his grip tightening. Could he trust the source?
Could he allow himself to believe she was truly there, or was this another cruel trick designed to lure him into a trap?
The last time he had rushed in blindly, he had nearly lost everything.
The scars on his body were a reminder of that failure. But the thought of Sophie suffering, alone in the dark, burned away his hesitation.
If there was even the slightest chance it were true, he could not afford to waste another second.
Setting his jaw, he kicked his horse forward.
He vowed he would not rest until she was free.
A firm knock at the door pulled Philippe Kimberley from his restless pacing. He took a steadying breath, forcing his expression into one of casual expectation before opening it. Daniel, one of the younger gardeners, stood in the dim corridor, shifting slightly on his feet.
His face was carefully neutral, but his eyes flickered with urgency. "Sir," the boy said, his voice even. "The south fields have been harvested. A good amount picked." Philippe nodded as if this were the most ordinary update in the world.
"As expected,"
he replied smoothly.
"The yield should serve us well through the season."
As he spoke, Daniel stepped forward, offering a respectful nod, just enough movement for his rough, dirt-streaked hand to brush against Philippe's.
A small slip of paper was pressed into his palm. The moment passed in an instant.
"Good work,"
Philippe said, tucking the note into his pocket without so much as a glance downward.
"That will be all."
Daniel dipped his head and stepped away, slowly strolling down the corridor as if nothing had transpired. Only once the door clicked shut behind him did Philippe let his fingers tighten around the message. Unfolding the slip, his breath hitched as he read the hastily scrawled words.
"She's in the south wing below." The weight of the moment settled over him, cold and suffocating. Fear clawed at his resolve. What if he was too late? What if this was a trap? His father's wrath was legendary, and one wrong move could cost them both everything. But there was no time for doubt. He straightened, slipping the note into his waistcoat as if it were nothing more than a routine correspondence. Then, with measured steps, he strode toward the door. He had to act. And he had to do it now. Philippe's heart raced as fast as his steps pounded on the floor. "Slow down," he told himself. "Stay calm." He steadied himself.
Fear had no place now, only action. Under the cover of night, Philippe crept through the maze of ancient stone corridors. The flicker of distant torches cast eerie shadows as he descended deeper into the castle's hidden passageways. The air grew damp and cold, carrying the faint scent of decay.
He reached the iron-barred door and pried it open with a grunt of effort.
"Sophie?"
he called softly, his voice taut with urgency. A faint rustling answered from the darkness, followed by a weak but unmistakable voice.
"Philippe?" He rushed inside, finding Sophie huddled against the rough stone wall, her once vibrant features hollowed by exhaustion. A deep bruise darkened her cheek, and dried blood traced a thin line from her temple. Her dress torn, dirt-streaked, and hanging in shreds, clung to her frail frame. Philippe's throat tightened. Even in the dim torchlight, he could see her bare limbs exposed to the night.
The sharp angles of her collarbones where fabric should have shielded her. A hot wave of discomfort crashed over him. Swallowing hard, he shrugged off his jacket.
"Here,"
he said gruffly, thrusting it toward her without meeting her eyes.
Sophie hesitated only a moment before taking it, fingers trembling as she slipped her arms inside. The garment all but swallowed her, the sleeves hanging past her hands, but it covered her.
That was all that mattered.
"What have they done to you?"
he whispered, fury simmering beneath his breath. Sophie struggled to stand, her limbs stiff from confinement. Her legs trembled beneath her, and Philippe caught her before she could stumble. "There's no time," she murmured. "We have to leave before they realize I'm gone."
With great care, he helped her to her feet. They navigated the dark corridors, every creak of stone an echo of footsteps threatening exposure.
Once safely concealed in his room, Philippe steeled himself for the inevitable confrontation.
"Lock the door,"
he instructed.
"No matter what you hear, don't open it."
Sophie snatched a blade from Philippe's waistband, raising it defensively as she positioned herself near the door. Her grip was firm, her stance steady, but to Philippe, she had never looked smaller. The sleeves of his jacket dwarfed her frame.
Beneath the dirt and bruises, she was too pale, too thin, and despite the fire in her eyes, her exhaustion was undeniable.
His blood boiled. She shouldn't have to fight.
She shouldn't have been locked away, beaten, left to rot in the dark. The thought of what she had endured, of how easily she could have been lost forever, sent a sharp surge of rage through him. His hand closed over hers briefly, steadying the blade she held.
"Don't open the door, okay?"
he murmured, his voice thick with quiet fury.
Then, stepping forward, he squared his shoulders, resolve hardening like iron in his chest.
No more fear. No more hesitation. His father had done this to Sophie, and he would answer for it.
Philippe moved through the dim corridors of the castle, his boots striking the stone floor with quiet determination. The weight of all that happened since the ball pressed down on him, every revelation a stone upon his back. He pushed open the heavy doors, their creak swallowed by the roaring fire within. The Earl sat like a sovereign upon his high-backed chair, its dark wood gleaming in the firelight. Shadows danced over his face, carving deep lines into his already austere features.
He was a man who had ruled not just with authority, but with fear.
Philippe felt his pulse quicken, but he stood firm, his fingers curling into fists at his sides.
"You've been busy, father."
His voice slicing through the oppressive silence.
The Earl lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes narrowing, calculating.
His fingers, adorned with heavy rings, tapped once against the armrest before stilling.
"What nonsense is this?"
His voice was measured, but there was steel beneath the calm. Philippe took a step forward, his jaw tightening.
"I know about Sophie, it's over."
For a moment, the only sound was the fire crackling in the hearth.
Then the Earl was on his feet, the movement swift, filled with fury.
"You dare speak to me this way?"
he thundered, his voice reverberating through the hall.
"After all I've done for this family? After all I've done for you?"
Philippe met his father's fury with a steady gaze, though his heart pounded against his ribs.
"You mean the lies? The manipulation? The imprisonment?"
His voice did not waver.
"Your legacy is built on betrayal, and I refuse to be part of it."
The Earl's lips curled back, his expression twisting into something dark and dangerous.
"You insolent whelp,"
he spat, his hands clenching into fists.
"I built this house from nothing. You would tear it all down for some misplaced sense of righteousness? I'll see you stripped of your inheritance before I let you ruin me."
Philippe felt his body tense, his nails digging into his palms.
He had expected rage, but seeing his father come undone filled him with a strange sense of satisfaction.
"The inheritance means nothing to me,"
he said coldly.
Truth is the only thing that matters now.
Unbeknownst to them, a figure stood hidden behind the tapestry near the hall, her breathing ragged, her mind unraveling. Countess Florence's nails dug into the fabric as she listened, her pulse hammering in her throat.
Everything she had worked for, the power she had clawed from the jaws of fate, was slipping away because of her idiot husband and his insolent boy child.
Her hands trembled, not with fear, but with fury. No, this couldn't happen.
Not after all she had sacrificed.
They'll ruin everything. She whispered to herself. I won't let them.
The weight of her years of careful manipulation, whispered alliances, and quiet betrayals threatened to crush her as she strained to hear more. The fire crackled, illuminating Philippe's defiance, and the Earl's barely contained rage.
The fools. They were dismantling her legacy right before her eyes.
She pressed a hand to her chest, steadying her breath.
There was still time. There had to be. Slowly, she backed away from the tapestry, her mind racing. Her bare feet carried her down the winding stone steps.
She reached the cleaning storeroom, fingers fumbling through wooden shelves. Something sharp, something silent.
A blade. No, too messy. A rope. Too risky. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she fumbled through the wooden shelves. Her fingers hesitated, then found what they needed. A vial.
The glass was cool against her fevered skin, the dark liquid inside swirling like ink. An old-world chemical, its name lost to time, but its purpose unmistakable.
She rolled the vial between her fingers, considering. She had never used it before. A whisper of hesitation curled through her mind.
Then she thought of Philippe standing tall, thought of his voice, unshaken, tearing down everything she had built.
Her fingers tightened around the vial. Something inside her cracked. The whisper of hesitation became a scream, then vanished.
The walls of reason collapsed in on themselves, leaving nothing but raw, seething madness.
Her grip on the vial tightened until her knuckles turned white.
Her breath came faster, shallower, a laugh bubbling up, half sob, half hysteria.
The room blurred at the edges, the world narrowing to this moment, this decision. She would show them all. With a sudden, feverish intensity, she turned and ran. If they think they can take this from me, she hissed through gritted teeth. They're mistaken.
Her decision made, she turned, her silk skirts whispering against the cold stone. Somewhere above, steel met steel, the sound ringing through the corridors.
The battle had begun. And she would end it.
Far beyond the castle walls, a lone rider urged his steed forward through the storm. The wind howled, tearing through the trees like a beast unchained, rain lashing his face with icy fury. Lightning split the sky in jagged streaks, momentarily illuminating the relentless determination etched into Antonio Angoulême's features. His cloak soaked through, clinging to his frame, but he barely noticed.
His horse pounded through the mud, hooves kicking up water as they tore across the countryside.
Every mile, every heartbeat, brought him closer. Sophie.
The thought of her trapped, afraid, suffering, ignited something primal within him. He clenched the reins tighter, spurring the horse onward. He would not stop. He would not slow. He had lost too much already in his life. He would not lose her.
Chapter 28. Outside, a light rain had begun, tapping hesitantly against the glass. Sophie sat curled in a leather chair, her body sinking into its embrace, yet her mind refused to rest.
Her fingers tightened around the blade she clutched, the hilt cold against her clammy skin. Tiredness crept over her, slow and insidious. The exhaustion of the past weeks, the fear, the fight. It all pulled at her.
The chair's cushions cradled her, lulling her into something dangerously close to peace.
Her grip on the weapon slackened. Her eyelids fluttered.
The door creaked open, and before Sophie could react, Josephine stumbled inside, her chest rising and falling in quick, uneven breaths.
Her hair half loosened from its careful arrangement.
For a moment, she simply stared, taking in the sight of her sister, disheveled, armed, waiting. Sophie.
Josephine's voice broke, her relief plain, but it was fleeting. Her wide eyes darkened with the weight of understanding.
It's him downstairs, isn't it?
Sophie nodded. Josephine spun toward the door, her body already moving, but Sophie caught her wrist.
No.
She whispered fiercely. We wait.
Josephine hesitated, her fingers curling into fists.
But if you go, you'll be locked away too. Stay with me. Beyond the window, the rain was no longer a gentle rhythm but a steady, insistent drumming.
The wind had picked up, now slipping through the cracks carrying with it the chill of the encroaching storm. Josephine swallowed hard, her breath unsteady, but she stepped back.
Her hands trembled as she reached for the heavy oak door, pressing it shut. We should lock it,
she murmured, her voice thin, uncertain.
Then, without warning, the door exploded inward with a thunderous crash, wood splintering against the stone.
Before Josephine could react, a shadowed figure lunged forward, striking her hard across the chest. She gasped as the force sent her sprawling onto the cold floor, her palms scraping against the rough flagstones. Sophie barely had time to move before the man was on her. A cloth, damp and reeking of something sickly sweet, pressed against her mouth. She thrashed, twisting in his grip, but his hold was iron. The room spun, her limbs growing sluggish as the edges of her vision blurred.
Then, a shriek.
Josephine launched herself onto the man's back, her fingers digging deep into his flesh as she clawed at his face.
Her nails scraped against his skin, drawing hot, wet streaks of blood.
He roared in pain, jerking violently, with a bellow of rage. He reached behind him, his fingers snagging in her hair as he yanked her off with brute strength. Josephine barely had time to brace before she slammed into the wooden chair, its legs scraping against the stone floor with an ear-splitting screech.
Pain exploded through her ribs as she crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. But the distraction was enough. Sophie ripped free from the man's grip, her breath ragged as she staggered forward.
Her pulse thundered in her ears, her vision swimming with bursts of light. Josephine was just a blurry figure in front of her, her wide, frantic eyes gleaming in the dim light. Still gasping, Josephine grasped Sophie's wrist and wrenched her sister toward the open door, her chest heaving, her breath coming in desperate bursts.
Run!
Josephine gasped, her voice hoarse but fierce, the urgency sharp enough to cut through Sophie's dazed mind. They bolted into the corridor, their footsteps pounding against stone. But before they could reach the next turn, rough hands seized Sophie from behind. She screamed, kicking and thrashing, but the grip only tightened. Josephine spun, lunging toward her, but another set of hands caught her, yanking her back. No.
Let her go, she cried, struggling.
The man's breath was hot against Sophie's ear.
Not so fast. Their fight was useless.
The sisters, still kicking and clawing, were dragged back into the darkness. Their cries swallowed by the storm. Elsewhere in the castle, another battle raged. Philippe and the Earl stood locked in a deadly standoff. Philippe, still a boy in spirit and vigor yet armed with the fierce conviction of youth, stood defiant against his father, the imposing Earl. Their swords gleamed with each calculated draw, and every footstep on the cold, flagstone floor resounded like the beat of a war drum. Outside, the storm had arrived in earnest. The rain now lashed against the windows in angry sheets, hammering the ancient castle as if seeking entry. Thunder growled overhead, rolling through the stone corridors like the prelude to something inevitable.
The Earl studied him with a gaze carved from ice. How predictable, his expression seemed to say.
His son, the reckless idealist, daring to challenge the world as it was.
You should have killed me when you had the chance.
Philippe spat.
You are no son of mine.
The Earl's voice was low, a growl of disdain wrapped in cold fury.
You stand against me, and for what? Some foolish notion of justice? You know nothing of power, boy.
Philippe's grip tightened around his sword hilt.
I know enough to see what you are, a tyrant who bends the world to his will and calls it tradition.
A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, the sudden white flash illuminating the chamber with ghostly brilliance. For a heartbeat, the entire room was thrown into stark relief. The deep lines of the Earl's face, the sweat on Philippe's brow, the relentless glint of steel poised between them.
The Earl's lip curled.
You think defiance makes you a man?
He lunged.
Their blades met with a shriek of steel, the force of the blow sending vibrations up Philippe's arm.
He gritted his teeth, adjusting his stance, countering with a quick, precise strike. The Earl parried effortlessly, his strength undeniable, but Philippe was faster.
He sidestepped, feinting left before twisting his blade toward his father's ribs.
The Earl barely dodged in time.
Blow after blow, they circled each other, the room ringing with each clash. The Earl's strikes were relentless, but Philippe was sharp, reading his movements, anticipating his brute force.
For the first time, the Earl's eyes flickered with something close to surprise.
You've trained.
The Earl muttered between gritted teeth, pressing forward. But training is nothing without instinct.
Philippe blocked another savage swing, his arms burning with the impact.
And yet you're struggling against me.
The Earl snarled, shifting his weight into a brutal thrust. Philippe barely managed to step aside, the blade slicing the fabric at his ribs. Pain bloomed, hot and sharp, but he did not falter. The Earl fought with controlled precision, each strike a calculated execution of power. His blade carried the weight of years, of experience, of a lifetime spent enforcing his will.
His swings were deliberate, purposeful, like a judge delivering a final sentence.
Each heavy strike landed with a force that vibrated through Philippe's bones, a reminder that his father's strength was not so easily cast aside. But Philippe was the very embodiment of youthful defiance, faster, more agile, a tempest of raw emotion and unbridled energy.
He darted and weaved with speed, his every movement fluid and unpredictable.
The clash of their swords created a cacophony of sound, a discordant symphony that swelled and ebbed in time with the relentless pounding of rain against the hall's ancient roof.
Then, a scream.
A piercing, desperate cry ripped through the clamor of battle. Philippe's heart lurched.
His breath caught as the world seemed to tilt, the metallic scent of blood and sweat mingled in the air. He saw his father freeze as well. Not out of concern, but irritation, as if the interruption was merely an inconvenience rather than a cause for alarm.
The heavy double doors burst open with a resounding crash, the force rattling the chandeliers above.
Through the shattered frame, the Countess Florence came hurtling into the hall.
Her once elegant gown, now disheveled and soaked with sweat, clung to her like a second skin, darkened by the heat of her frenzy.
Her eyes, wide and wild, darted around as if searching for salvation in the chaos.
In her trembling hand, she clutched a corked vial, the dark liquid inside clung to the glass, glistening ominously under the flickering light.
"They think they've won," she hissed, her voice raw and venomous. "But I won't be forgotten, I won't be denied."
The words twisted into a shriek as she surged forward, ignoring the stunned combatants locked in the remnants of battle.
"Wipe them away. Put them all in the ground,"
she screamed, the command reverberating off the stone walls like a curse. A sudden flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating her for an instant, the sweat gleaming on her brow, the madness carved into her face before the darkness swallowed her whole. Philippe's pulse slammed against his ribs as he lunged forward.
"Stop her!"
he barked, his voice sharp and urgent.
But even as his words echoed, she was already gone, vanished into the labyrinth of twisting corridors. The battle forgotten.
Without a second thought, Philippe bolted after her, his boots pounding against the cold stone. She could not escape. Not now. Not after everything. When Sophie awoke, the storm was at its peak. The tower trembled beneath the weight of the wind, rain hammering against the narrow window in a relentless assault. The world outside was nothing but fury, broken only by the occasional white-hot streak of lightning. Her head ached. He tried to move, but thick ropes bound her wrists, the coarse fibers scraping against her skin as she shifted. A wave of confusion crashed over her. They had come for her. Dragged her from the safety she had barely clung to. She looked around to find Josephine, but was alone. Her breath hitched, panic tightening its grip. How did it come to this? She twisted against the bindings, her pulse roaring in her ears like a distant drum. The ropes held fast, biting into her skin with a muted, painful whisper. Then, from beyond the heavy wooden door, a sound broke through the storm. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. The steady cadence sent ice through her veins. He was coming back. Her heart pounded, terror swelling in her chest.
Please, not now, she pleaded silently, pressing herself against the cold stone as if she could disappear into it.
The footsteps grew louder. The door burst open.
Countess Florence stormed in, her eyes burning with manic determination. Sophie barely recognized the woman who stood before her, her stepmother's once impeccable composure replaced by something wild, unhinged. Her elegant gown was rumpled, her hair in disarray, but it was her eyes that sent a fresh wave of fear crashing over Sophie. Wide, blazing, utterly mad.
With a deliberate motion, Florence uncorked a vial. The faint clink of glass punctuated the charged silence. "You were never meant to survive this," she declared, her tone icy and final. "You were meant to be gone."
Countess Florence seized Sophie's face.
Her grip vice-like. As she squeezed until Sophie's lips parted involuntarily.
A mix of panic and defiance flickered in Sophie's eyes, but the Countess was relentless, her expression a mask of cold determination.
Before she could force the poison past Sophie's lips, the door crashed open with a resounding boom, the impact shaking the walls. Countess Florence froze, the tiny glass vial trembling in her grasp.
The sickly sweet scent of its contents lingered in the air, curling around Sophie's senses like a deathly whisper. Philippe stood in the doorway, sword in hand, his stance rigid with fury.
"Get away from her," he commanded, his voice sharp as the blade he held. Florence's lips curled into a sneer. "You're too late," she hissed. "She belongs to me."
The Countess tightened her grip on Sophie's chin, nails digging into her skin.
"You think you can stop this?" she spat. "She should have married, but she didn't obey, so now she will die."
Philippe took a slow, measured step forward, his blade unwavering.
"Release her or you'll regret it." She began to tip the vial, but Philippe was faster.
His hand shot out, gripping her wrist with iron strength and yanking her away from Sophie just as the vial slipped from her trembling fingers. It shattered against the stone floor with a sharp, crystalline crack, sending tiny shards scattering across the cold surface.
The acrid scent of the poison filled the air. A sharp gasp escaped Florence's lips as she staggered back. With a cry, she lost her balance and fell, her hands instinctively splaying out to catch herself. A sickening howl echoed through the room as slivers of glass embedded into her palms.
Lightning flashed through the narrow window, illuminating her in stark relief. She lifted her shaking hands, staring in horror at the glistening shards protruding from her flesh.
Then her gaze dropped lower, to the dark liquid soaking into the fabric of her gown, the poison mingling with the crimson droplets from her wounds. A strangled sound tore from her throat.
The vile substance had seeped into her broken skin, its sinister hiss barely audible beneath the howling storm outside. Panic surged through her as she felt the warmth of the poison spreading, a creeping dread that tightened around her heart like a vice. "No,"
she whispered.
The poison, intended for Sophie, now coursed through her own veins, its effect marked by the irregular, failing heartbeat.
Her breath hitched again as she staggered, eyes wide with terror, before collapsing in convulsions.
The sound of her body shuddering against the cold stone mingled with the echo of the storm outside. Philippe knelt beside Sophie.
The soft scrape of his boots on the flagstone accompanied the steady snip of his knife, as he cut through the ropes binding her.
Sophie slumped into his arms, shaking uncontrollably. At the doorway, the Earl lingered in silence, his gaze as frigid and unyielding as the stone that surrounded him.
His face was an unreadable mask.
For decades, he had shared his life with a woman whose ambition and cruelty had once matched his, their time together had been passionate, she was his match in every way, yet now, as she gasped her final, fading breath, he regarded her demise with an emotionless detachment that chilled the very air.
Chapter 29. The storm had passed, but its shadows lingered long over the castle.
Distant thunder rumbled, a fading echo in the night. Philippe stood frozen, the reality of the Countess's lifeless body sinking in.
Anger surged within him, a tempest demanding release.
He glanced at Sophie, whose pale face reflected shock and disbelief, then turned to his father, the Earl, who walked away from the scene as if nothing had happened.
"Father!" Philippe shouted, his voice echoing in the hollow chamber.
You can't just walk away.
The Earl paused but didn't turn around.
The tension in the air felt heavy, the weight of his father's silence pressing down like a shroud. Philippe stormed forward, Sophie by his side, the two of them a united front against the man who had instilled fear in their hearts for far too long. At the top of the main staircase, they encountered Josephine, her expression a mix of confusion and alarm.
"What happened?"
she asked, glancing between them and the doorway they had just left.
"Stay close,"
Philippe urged, grabbing her arm as they followed the Earl down the winding staircase. The echo of their footsteps merged with the distant rumble of the storm outside, each step feeling like a march towards something inevitable, a confrontation brewing like thunder on the horizon.
"Father, the Countess is dead,"
Philippe shouted, his voice rising in anger.
But the Earl showed no emotion.
Downstairs, chaos reigned in the great hall as the siblings hurried down the grand staircase. The hum of frantic shouts filled the air, punctuated by the nervous clatter of boots against the stone floor. Guards shifted uneasily, casting uncertain glances at one another. Staff, long bound by fear, hesitated, torn between obedience and the growing sense that the old order was crumbling before their eyes.
The Earl had ruled with an iron grip, but Florence,
she had been the true architect of terror.
And now, she was gone.
As they reached the bottom of the grand staircase, the massive doors to the main entrance loomed ahead.
The Earl paused again, his back still to them, his demeanor unyielding. Philippe's heart raced, the anger and fear twisting into a desperate need for answers.
Then, as if summoned by the storm itself, Estelle appeared in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the flickering light of the entrance hall. The air thickened with tension as she stepped inside, confusion etched across her features.
"What's going on?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Philippe exchanged glances with Sophie and Josephine, each of them holding their breath, waiting for what would happen next. The Earl stepped forward, his expression thunderous. The fury in his eyes burned. His gaze swept the gathering, his lip curling in contempt, before locking onto Philippe.
"You,"
he hissed, his voice laced with venom.
"You killed my wife."
Philippe tightened his grip on his sword.
"She was no victim,"
he shot back.
"Florence was a murderer, and she was about to end Sophie. You saw it with your own eyes."
The Earl's face darkened with fury.
"Lies. You think you can incite rebellion in my house and slay my wife without consequence?"
The hall fell into hushed confusion, a ripple of uncertainty passing through the crowd.
Staff exchanged wary glances, their eyes darting between Philippe and the Earl.
The weight of unspoken fear still clung to them, but something else was stirring beneath it, something new.
Most had seen Philippe grow, knew the boy who had moved among them with quiet kindness. Now, before them, he stood firm, his presence no longer overshadowed by the towering figure of his father. The Earl had always been feared, but now they saw him for what he was, a broken man grasping at control.
A flicker of hesitation rippled through the guards.
Some gripped their weapons tighter as if anchoring themselves to the old order, while others loosened their stances, their eyes searching Philippe's face for something they had never dared to hope for, a leader who would not rule through fear. Philippe stepped forward, his voice measured but unyielding.
"No more lies, father. No more tyranny."
His words carried across the great hall, and for the first time, they did not tremble.
The Earl's lips curled in contempt, but the fury in his eyes had dimmed, replaced with something colder.
He could feel it. The slow but inevitable turning of the tide. The power he had wielded for so long was slipping through his fingers, and there was nothing he could do to stop it.
A murmur spread through the gathered, not loud, not unruly, but shifting, like the first breeze before a storm.
A footman took an unconscious step closer to Philippe's side. A maid who had once scurried from the Earl's gaze straightened her back.
The butler, ever the model of restraint, moved subtly between the Earl and the young man who now stood at the center of it all.
Even the guards, bound by duty but not blind to the truth, hesitated.
One of them, an older man, his graying hair peeking from beneath his helmet, exhaled slowly and lowered his weapon by the smallest fraction.
It was not defiance. Not yet. But it was doubt.
The Earl saw it, and rage flared in his eyes.
You would side with this wretched boy?
His voice cracked like a whip, but it no longer commanded the same terror it once had.
Philippe met his father's glare, unwavering.
You've ruled through fear long enough, he said. But fear dies with Florence. A silence stretched between them, thick with the weight of everything unspoken. And then, as if summoned by the storm itself, Estelle stepped forward.
Her voice rang clear in the still air.
It's over. The words seemed to settle over the hall like dust after a battle. The moment held. Then, almost imperceptibly, a shift. One of the kitchen boys moved to stand just behind Philippe.
A scullery maid, fingers still stained from hours of work, brushed away a tear and clenched her hands into fists. The butler, his usually unreadable face betraying the smallest trace of resolve, took his place behind the young lord. And the guards, those who had served the Earl not just out of duty but out of fear, glanced at one another, their hands still on their weapons, but their feet turning ever so slightly toward the sun. The Earl's face twisted, his fury a stark contrast to the quiet defiance growing around him.
He could command. He could threaten. But something had shifted in the air, something irreversible. The loyalty he had once demanded was no longer his to claim. It belonged to Philippe now.
The Earl's fists clenched, his breath ragged, but he only tightened his jaw in silence.
Perhaps he already knew there was nothing left to say.
In the silence that followed, Philippe inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of what had just happened.
He had stood against his father. And for the first time, the people had stood with him. The old order had fallen. And a new one had begun. Behind Philippe, gasps filled the hall. He turned, his eyes fixing on a frail woman stood in the entranceway, her long silver hair cascading over her shoulders. Though her frame was thin, she was unbowed.
Her sunken eyes, lined with age, burned with quiet strength. Behind her, a large black dog padded forward, its amber gaze locked onto a figure at the bottom of the stairs.
The dog wagged its tail once, then sat at the woman's feet. A breathless hush settled over the crowd.
The woman leaned forward, her voice a near whisper as she ruffled the top of the dog's head. I see you still remember me, old friend.
Sophie's breath caught.
She turned instinctively toward her siblings, but it was Josephine's face that gave her pause. Her younger sister's gaze flickered between the woman and the dog, her lips parting in stunned disbelief.
Then realization dawned.
Tears welled in Sophie's eyes as Josephine suddenly broke forward, her voice cracking. Mother.
Lady Kimberly. The real Lady Kimberly.
The woman barely had time to open her arms before her daughters collided into her embrace, their fingers clutching at the fabric of her worn cloak as if fearing she might vanish again.
And for a moment, the world held still. The hall remained frozen, captive to the weight of a truth too long buried, now finally unraveling before them.
Then, Estelle's voice rose again, steady and unrelenting, revealing what many had long suspected but dared not say aloud.
Yes, this is the real Lady Kimberly. You. She pointed at the Earl.
You did not simply cast her aside, you imprisoned her for years, silencing the truth so you could remarry and consolidate your power.
A murmur rippled through the assembled staff. Some lowered their gazes. Others stiffened, their worst fears confirmed.
And you intended to do the same with your daughter, marrying her off to gain more power.
The Earl stood frozen, staring at his wife.
Lady Kimberly's voice was soft but steady as she lifted Sophie's chin, brushing away her tears.
I never left you by choice, my darling.
Her gaze flickered to Philippe, then to Josephine, as if to reassure herself that the nightmare was truly over. He told me that if I did not disappear, if I dared to defy him, he would punish you and your sisters.
I was trapped. Not just behind walls, but behind a threat I could not risk testing. Sophie swallowed hard, fresh tears brimming in her eyes. He threatened us?
Lady Kimberly nodded, grief and fury intertwining in her expression.
I was given a choice: cease to exist, or watch you suffer.
So, when he let me out, I disappeared. I became a ghost, fading into the world beyond these walls, knowing I could never return.
You monster!
One of the housekeepers muttered, glaring up at the Earl. The words spread like wildfire, echoing off the high stone walls.
Monster! Coward! The Earl's hands clenched into fists. His breath came faster, sharper. His world was collapsing, and there was nothing he could do to stop it.
You would all turn against me?
He bellowed. His voice cracked.
After everything I have given you?
You gave us nothing but fear, Philippe said coldly. There was nothing left here for him, the Earl conceded to himself.
His grip tightened at his sides, his body rigid with the effort of maintaining the last vestiges of his dignity. The silence in the hall was suffocating, a wall of unspoken judgment pressing in on him from all sides. He could feel their eyes, waiting.
For the first time in his life, he was no longer the master of this house.
He was an intruder in his own domain. A muscle twitched in his jaw.
He would not beg. He would not plead.
He had ruled with an iron will, and if that was to end here, then at least he would leave without giving them the satisfaction of seeing him break.
With one last, seething glance at Philippe, he turned on his heel and strode toward the great doors.
His steps echoed sharply in the vast chamber, each one swallowed by the oppressive silence.
No one moved to stop him. But neither did anyone step aside in deference.
He reached the threshold and paused for the briefest moment, as if expecting someone, anyone, to call him back.
No voice came. With a slow breath, he stepped over the threshold and walked out. The doors shut behind him with a dull, final thud. Outside, away from view, the Earl fled. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest rising and falling with uneven urgency. His mind raced, tangled between fear and defiance. This was not over. It could not be over.
He had ruled this house, this estate, these people for decades.
That boy, that weakling, he had merely caught them in a moment of confusion.
It was nothing more than a temporary delusion, a fantasy that would shatter under the weight of reality.
There had to be a way out.
His fingers brushed against the rough stone as he steadied himself against the garden wall, his thoughts turning rapidly to his next move.
Allies.
He still had allies.
Not all had turned their backs on him. He would leave, for now. Let them believe they had won. Let them bask in their false victory. But he would return. He would gather those who still knew where true power lay. He would remind them why he had ruled unchallenged for so long. And when he came back, it would not be to plead for what was once his. It would be to take it by force. The sharp tang of straw and sweat greeted him as he burst into the stables. Horses stirred in their stalls, hooves thudding nervously against wooden planks.
The Earl gripped the rough wooden railing, his palms slick with sweat as he hauled himself onto the back of a midnight black stallion. The beast snorted and reared, sensing its rider's turmoil.
Steady,
he hissed, digging his fingers into the horse's mane.
But the animal remained restless, muscles rippling with unease.
Then he heard it, footsteps heading in his direction. The Earl's heart seized in his chest as a figure appeared at the stable entrance.
Moonlight glinted off the gleam of steel on Antonio's coat, casting half his face in shadow.
His expression was unreadable, but the authority in his stance was unmistakable.
We need to talk.
Antonio's voice low and certain. A bitter laugh escaped the Earl.
No, we don't.
Without another word, the Earl drove his heels hard into the horse's sides. The stallion shot forward, hooves pounding against the dirt as they hurtled out of the stables and into the night. The wind tore at the Earl's cloak, dragging it behind him like a black banner. The world blurred into streaks of silver moonlight and shadow as he galloped away, without a mind to where to go.
His rage burned brighter with each thundering stride. He was the Earl. They had no right to turn against him. The wind howled in defiance. A shape loomed out of the darkness, jagged and unyielding.
A fallen branch, thick as a man's leg, sprawled across the narrow path. The Earl's breath hitched.
Damn it.
He yanked hard on the reins, but the stallion bucked violently, eyes rolling white with panic. The world pitched sideways.
For one horrifying moment, he was weightless. The stars spun above him, cold and indifferent. Time stretched, every heartbeat an eternity. Then gravity took hold.
The Earl's body slammed into the ground, pain exploding through his side as he tumbled toward the edge.
Rocks bit into his flesh, tearing fabric and skin alike.
His breath came in desperate gasps, chest heaving as he tried to summon the strength to move, but the pain was relentless.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, pushing himself into a sitting position. Antonio stepped into his view, his silhouette cutting a sharp line against the moonlight.
You think you've won?
The Earl spat, though his voice trembled.
You think you'll get everything you want?
Antonio looked down at him, shaking his head in disappointment.
Sophie deserves a man who won't push her aside, a man who doesn't destroy everything he touches out of greed.
The Earl's eyes narrowed in defiance. She'll regret this. She'll regret you. Antonio didn't respond immediately.
If she chooses me, then it will be my goal in life to ensure she doesn't.
The Earl scoffed.
You're weak.
Antonio looked at the man beneath him, but didn't respond. Instead, he turned and began to leave. But before he could go, the Earl's words made him pause.
Finish it if you're going to end me, do it now.
Antonio clenched his jaw, but then slowly turned back to face the broken Earl.
His eyes were calm, his decision clear.
No.
Antonio replied, his voice cold but steady.
I'm not here to finish you, you've already done that to yourself.
With those final words, Antonio turned away once more, his footsteps echoing in the silence of the night. The Earl watched him disappear into the darkness, his chest heaving in pain and anger. He tried to call out again, but his voice failed him.
He was left alone, with only the wind to keep him company.
The world, in its brutal indifference, moved on without him. And in the silence that followed, the Earl realized, he was no longer a player in this game.
Chapter 30.
The sun was high, its golden rays spilling across the vast estate, casting long shadows over the land that had borne so much sorrow.
Philippe paused, taking a deep breath, as he stood at the entrance. His gaze swept across the grounds, absorbing the place that had once confined him, now both his inheritance and his burden to bear.
A breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of fresh earth and blossoms, the quiet hum of a world moving forward.
Looking back into the house, he found them, his mother and sisters huddled together on the steps, their arms wrapped tightly around one another. Laughter and tears mingled, the weight of years lifting. "You're free now," Sophie whispered, her voice trembling with the truth of it.
Lady Kimberly cupped her daughter's face, her eyes shining with unshed tears.
"So are you, my darling."
Philippe stepped inside, the warmth of the scene washing over him, yet his mind remained burdened.
The mighty house of Kimberly had fallen into disgrace. Now, it was his to rebuild. He hesitated. Barely a man himself, how could he lead? How could he erase the sins of his father? The burden was great, but he would not rule with fear. No, he would forge a different path.
His voice rang clear through the halls, carrying on the very walls that had once trapped his family.
The days of silence are over. No one will live in fear under this roof again.
Most of the staff had gone back to their duties, the guards gathered in one corner talking under their breaths, they all looked up at his words.
A hush followed.
Then, a quiet movement, a young maid stepped forward.
She hesitated for only a moment before lifting her gaze to meet his.
Wide, blue eyes searched his face, their depths filled with uncertainty, caution.
But something else, too. A question. A hope. Her fair skin kissed with a faint flush of pink, whether from nerves or the lingering chill in the air, he couldn't tell. Wisps of golden brown hair had come loose from her cap, framing delicate features that softened as she studied him.
Philippe held still, afraid to break whatever fragile thing had formed between them.
Then, hesitantly, She smiled.
It was the smallest of gestures, fleeting and barely there, but he felt the weight of it. A shift in the air, as if something unseen had just begun to turn in his favor.
Trust would not come in a single proclamation.
It would have to be built, earned, nurtured like a flickering flame against the wind.
But at that moment, in the warmth of her gaze, Philippe knew he was willing to do the work.
He felt a soft nudge at his side. Breaking away, he looked to find Estelle standing beside him.
"You'll be fine," she murmured, her quiet certainty grounding him. He let out a slow breath, nodding, his eyes lingering on the young maid for a moment longer. The maid smiled, did the smallest of nods and walked away. From the drive, the sound of hooves echoed against the stones.
Philippe turned just in time to see a lone rider dismount. Antonio.
His dark eyes sought Sophie, unwavering, unreadable. She had come to Philippe's side, now frozen at the top of the steps.
Philippe and Estelle exchanged a glance before silently stepping inside, leaving them in the hush of the morning. The moment stretched endlessly, the sun spilling golden light across the land like warm honey. The crisp air carried the scent of blooming flowers and sun-warmed grass, wrapping around Sophie like a quiet promise.
Antonio took a step forward.
"I am sorry to have come so late,"
he began. She raised a hand, stopping him mid-sentence. Slowly, deliberately, she placed her palm against his chest, just as she had done before.
Beneath her fingertips, his heart drummed strong and steady.
"You don't have to be afraid anymore,"
he murmured. She swallowed hard. "I know," she whispered. But knowing and believing were two different things.
His hands came up to cover hers, his touch warm, grounding.
"You are free."
She searched his face, looking for doubt, for hesitation. She found none. Only certainty, only him.
A breath she hadn't realized she was holding slipped from her lips, and in that instant, Antonio moved. The space between them vanished as he gathered her into his arms, his lips finding hers in a kiss, deep, slow, unhurried.
It was not possession. It was not a claim. It was a promise. When they parted, she let her fingers trace the fabric of his shirt, grounding herself in the weight of this moment, this choice.
"Antonio, I need you to understand something."
His gaze softened. "Go on." She took a steadying breath. "I choose this, I choose you. Not because I have to, not out of duty or expectation, but because I want a life that is mine to shape. I will not trade one cage for another. I am not yours to keep. I am your partner, or I am nothing at all." A slow smile curved his lips, but he did not reach for her, did not press.
"That is exactly what I have been hoping for."
Sophie's brow creased.
His smile deepened, warm and unwavering. He brushed a kiss against the crease of her brow before murmuring,
"I don't need someone bound to me by obligation. I need someone who stands beside me by choice. If you are not ready to be my wife yet, I will wait, because when you are, it will be as my equal and Sophie."
His voice dipped, steady and certain.
"You are worth waiting for."
Something inside her cracked open, something buried beneath years of expectation and quiet restraint. Then, suddenly, she laughed, light and breathless, a sound so unfamiliar yet so utterly hers that she hardly recognized it. She turned toward the open land, the golden fields stretching endlessly beyond the horizon, vast and full of possibility.
The future was hers to claim.
Turning back to meet his gaze, she felt it, freedom, certainty.
And for the first time in her life, she wasn't afraid.